Hello. Happy Friday. Hey, Liam. Good to see you. What am I doing today? This is the question. I am doing well. I'm doing much better today than I was earlier in the week. Migraines are no fun, but I am feeling normal again. So we're good. Yeah, what did I do last time? Last time, what did we do? Did we do this last time? I think we got lithium going. I don't remember if this was last time or the time before. We got this going, and I hate this, and I'm going to take it apart. This machine, at least. All of this stuff can stay. This is all the updated AE2 crafting bits, and I do want to keep going on improving the AE2 setup. This was supposed to be a Certus quartz generator, and like it is, but it's not as fast as I would like. I could probably make it faster if I play with SFM to like run it on redstone ticks or whatever, but realistically, I think it's less effort to just make a few more flawless budding quartz and a few more Fortune 5 annihilation planes and just scale this up instead. As fun as it was trying to get this working with SFM, it's just not the right tool for the job. What are you? Oh, you came through there. Of course you did. So yeah, this is gonna go away, and then we'll go from there. You also started ATM10? Cool. Oh right, that's just gonna keep restocking, of course. I'm like, why is it putting stuff in here? Because I told it to. Oh, these are charged. They can just go right in here. And the dust as well. Let's see. These retain, right? Yes. So I think, because there's not a lot in this one, what I will do is I will put the one that has a lot more here. And there we go. So that shuffle is done. Just have a 5x5x3 for your Geors. So what do I need to do next here? There's a lot of stuff I need to do next. This needs to get faster, and that means more Certus quartz. But doing more Certus quartz, I want them all to have fortune. And I don't have enough fortune in here. So I needed a way to start duplicating fortune books. That is, I think, my first goal is to start printing books. And we can't print Fortune 4 or 5 directly. We can print Fortune 3. 5,000 experience with Create Enchantment Industry. I feel like that's probably going to be the easiest thing to set up. is to get into a little bit of Create so we can print the books. $750 buckets. Each one is about 5 buckets. So we should be able to print... What is that? 150 books or something like that at Fortune 3. And we need 2 of those for each Fortune 5. So that's enough for like 30-something planes getting upgraded. All right. I do also want to change the way we're handling a lot of this stuff and the different, like, smelting and storage setups. I want to eventually migrate everything that's in drawers right now over to probably, like, bulk cells, if we can do those. And I think we can once we have enough of other stuff running. Yeah, nothing in this is terrible. I mean, the mega components are expensive, but it's only a 1 meg mega. Will you stop with the stupid phantoms? Let me sleep so the phantoms stop trying to attack me. And once we get Certus Quartz going fast enough, there's a bunch of other things that I want to do as upgrades to our whole setup, right? We need, like I said, the bulk, whatevers, the bulk cells instead of drawers. I want to put Fortune on all of these. I want everything to be using the fastest. I mean, yeah, these ones aren't fortuned, and the furnace doesn't seem to have any problems keeping up, so we definitely can fortune them if we're going to use the Aldermodium furnaces. We also need to make the Geors themselves accessible on the network, and I'll do that as part of migrating everything from drawers to bulk cells. Everything is going to get 2 bulk cells, one for the Geor form and one for the output of whatever generates. Using an Eclipse pickaxe with a smelting upgrade. That is probably... What is the Eclipse pickaxe? Just dire things. Okay. Yeah. I mean, anything that automates... Smelting upgrade is probably good if you care about that. But I do need unsmelted ones in order to make... what's the... Not unobtainium, the other one. Vibranium. At least the early vibranium before I can automate it. Takes a bunch of Geor shards, so we're gonna need access to the Geor shards, unfortunately. Actually, forever? Do we ever get a vibranium Geor? Yes, we can get a vibranium Geor. And that... Okay, it's the same as the Aldermodium. Okay. You can just put another one in. That's true. I think we have a, oh, it's one of the music discs, isn't it? I do have the Allthemodium GR already. Yeah, we've got Allthemodium running one of these. It's this one with the compressed compacting drawer. Which I should... Well, I'm not going to upgrade the storage on any of these because I want to move them all to bulk cells anyway. How did I get Soul Lava? I set up Industrial Foregoing, and I have a Warden under the... whoops, I'm in the laser drill here. But I have a laser drill and a stasis chamber, and I have my buddy that I should... Well, I think the stasis chamber keeps him from despawning, but I should name tag him. It was surprisingly simple, actually. I was really worried my face was going to get blasted, but I had no problems getting him in there, and... Let's see, how much do I have? I have heaps. I've used very little of it. We've got 80 buckets. All right, let's start with figuring out Create Enchantment Industry, because that's the thing that is... So we're going to make a Fortune 3 book. We need a printer. A brass plate, a spout, and a block of iron. A spout needs copper casing and dried kelp. Copper casing I'm just going to make by hand. I don't feel like setting up create automation. Let's grab a log. How did I get the skulk sensor? You can make them. I think. No. How did I do it? It's in the quest book. It's in the Allthemodium chapter, I think. No. Here we go. Spawning the Warden. So you can make a Shrieker from... You can get a Shrieker from a netherite mesh. Okay, I need to turn off music discs. Sorry. Yeah, so it's all from sieving, apparently, is the answer. Crushed end stone through a netherite mesh gets you skulk and a shrieker. And then was the sensor something? I think you don't need a sensor. You can just do... I don't think you need the sensor. I think you just need the shrieker. And it'll shriek if you jump on it. As long as you add the skulk core. I don't know. I just followed what the quest book says, and it worked for me. It was a long time ago. I don't really remember the details. Sorry. All right. Let's do this. We want a printer. Brass plate, which we're just going to accept the crummy recipe because I don't feel like doing anything else. Yes. Brass ingot. Blasting pattern from brass dust. From zinc dust, which we will do with the mechanism recipe. And zinc ingots. I don't even have zinc. Well, do I have some zinc in my system maybe already, if I'm lucky? We have some zinc ore that I can cook up. Okay, I'm just going to throw that zinc ore in something then, and that'll get us this recipe, and I'll set up a zinc geore later. Which of these are normal? That's a crafting pattern, that's a crafting pattern, that's a crafting pattern. Over here somewhere is our crushing factory, which... Oh, I need a upgraded pattern provider. And then in here, we've got the pattern for the blasting, zinc, or sorry, brass. So now, if I want to try to print a printer, no. I need to actually make the zinc ingots, and I need the spout recipe. Okay. Spout and dried kelp. Gonna make the recipe, and I'm gonna hope I have some kelp. Did I not have a copper casing? Oh, there it is. It's just not in the system. And the zinc ingots, right. I need to grab a couple of stacks of zinc ore and just throw them in here. Now I should be able to do the printer. All right. Printer, check. Depot. Let's encode that. That's easy enough. And andesite alloy, we will just use the crappy recipe because why not? And if I try to make this, what's it going to say? Oh, we have everything. Perfect. Depot. And I need some fluid pipes. I need pipe upgrade card. And I need a bunch of books, which I have. Okay. So... bonk. Fortune 3 is the best one we can do. So we will print Fortune 3. And then... oh, it can't, because it can only hold 4 buckets. But the Fortune 3 book takes... yeah. Oh, all of these are like way more. Do I need to convert this into the liquid experience then somehow? Can I do that? Or do I just use a cheaper version of the book? That it has enough XP to do. Because I could do that, right? We can print Fortune 2 books instead. Yeah, and that works. Alright, that's fine. Look up Singularity Tank and I will find the drain. Yeah, so that's, I mean, fine. It's just it's about converting the different kinds of XP. We have the whatever this is, just dire things XP fluid. Let me see if I can get this automation to be a little less terrible. Can I do like a... filter mode, add item. What we want is the Fortune 2. How do I make you... Can I make you match the NBT? Okay, it wants an enchanted book, and these are normal books. So it shouldn't... And... Okay, they're going up. It works. Cool. I could probably set something up to like put books in here, but I could just throw a stack of books in this every once in a while. Okay, that gets the job done. And now I should be able to pull out when I need more Annihilation Planes with Fortune. We can do that. For now, can I do a... Here, let's get some recipes encoded. Skystone Dust we already have. So it's the mega storage component. Okay, I think that's all the crafting recipes we need to be able to make a bulk cell. Let's see. Yes. There's a lot that this needs to do, but yes. We're going to start that. Our first bulk cell is going to be for Certus. I'm going to redo Certus to my updated standards, or what I want my new setups to be. All of this is going to get torn down and rebuilt. Well, we can keep the growth accelerators where they are. Where is there a piece of soul sand here? That's weird. We can keep the tick accelerators where they are, but I want to replace everything here with smart cables, and I want to make sure that I'm... Well, I guess these ones don't have to be... I don't know. It'll look nicer if they're not these cables. And if we're going to be storing everything in the network, then I need to change how I'm doing the outputs of everything. And if we want to store both the GEOR and the processed output, then I need additional channels and stuff. But the very first one we're going to do is getting this into the system. Oh, I need a cell workbench. All right, and this one is going to be partitioned for Certus quartz. And do I need a compression card for this one? I think I could, right? Because Certus blocks are a thing that we make sometimes. Yeah, let's get compression cards patterned. We're going to want compression cards anyway. Ooh, I don't have matter balls running right now. Do I have any? Okay, I do have some, so that's fine. It will be nicer when we actually have them automated, but that's a little further in the future. For now, and then isn't there like something else that I need that attaches to the network? The decompression module. If we want to use the compression stuff correctly. Because this automatically creates the like compression and decompression recipes. Oh no, that was a pattern. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I was trying to attach the pattern to the... Alright, compression card goes in there. Bulk compression cutoff. Yeah, all the way up to X9. Sure, why not? And then... that's the cell. So the cell can go in here. And then I need to make myself the compression unit... Oh, I also forgot I've got these bigger crafting storages that I need to swap in. Let's do that. That should be fine there. Crafting storages can all get upgraded. I also want to put more coprocessing units on all these, but that's a future problem. I want all of these to be on... Well, they've all got 4 right now. So at least an 8x coprocessor, maybe 16x. And there are actually, well, it's not part of mega cells, but it's here we go. 16x crafting coprocessing unit from expanded AE. And all of these are just literally 2 of the previous tier. So they're very easy to level up here. They go wildly high, but we're going to start at like 8 or 16x. Do I swap out these? I mean, I've got these other 256K. Why not? Blue. And then all of these ones can be set for automation. May as well use them since I've got them. These ones are all player only. Okay. That's fine. We've got the Certus quartz cell in here, and if I look for Certus, yes, we have the option now of doing all of these things automatically. So we want to take... What are we doing? That's not a thing anymore. Honestly, this whole thing gets rebuilt. So let's just pull it all apart. Is this going to be not flawless anymore? Yeah, that's not going to be flawless anymore. Did I do this in my Ender Crafter? I must have. Or did I use a crystal fixer? Do I have a crystal fixer? No, because that's a low success chance. I wouldn't have done that. I must have done it in the Ender Crafter before. Where is my Ender Crafter? Did I pick it up again? I probably picked it up again because I wasn't using it. Yep. Whatever. Doesn't matter. They just need to be close. And I need a budding quartz geore. 2 blocks, 1. That is such an awkward number. Well, no, that's just 9 gems, isn't it, right? Because a block of quartz is just 4. Okay. What tier of sand do I need for this? 1x. Okay. Let's grab sand. And let's grab our quartz. Where'd you come from? Did you just spawn out here? Do I still have a couple in here? I do. All right. I don't need this one then. Or this one. Okay. 1. We're going to make 3 of these. May as well go all the way up to 4. Hopefully quadrupling our production is going to be sufficient for our needs. If not, we can always get more. Where do I want to put this? Just down here, I guess. What is this? Oh, right. The semi-controller is just acting as a energy buffer to keep all this powered. We're not going to need that, actually, when I'm done with the rebuild, but for now it can stay. Don't know why I have so many growth accelerators, but whatever, I'll take it. What am I doing? One goes here, 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 here. Is there a way to automate prosperity? That's a good question. Bees. There is a Prospera bee. Other than that, I think sieving is pretty much the only option. There's a few things that you can really only get from sieving. Or bees. But I refuse to set up bees on principle, so... Glowstone is another one. I was talking about this last week, I think. I'm probably just gonna set up soul sand, like soul sand automation in some way. Because I can make it, yeah, we can make it from essence, and I will have soul sand sieving running forever. And that's just gonna be the way we do it. Let's see. I need Certus dust. All right, that has started to craft. Perfect. I'm also really excited. Once we have everything in the bulk cells, I should be able to get rid of a bunch of recipes for making like nuggets and ingots and stuff. So that'll make crafting faster. This I still need to import back into the network. Let's do that. Let's grab a import bus. Let's see. This is on the network, right? Yes. All right. That should start. I could throw some acceleration cards in there. I probably should. Cool. And that is going to move a little more quickly. And if we check our cell, let's just make sure this is actually going into the cell. It is not. It's going somewhere else. That's no good. Why, though? You're partitioned. So probably there was some Certus in another cell, which means that it's... Oh! Is that drawer still on the network? And it's literally... No, it can't be putting itself back in. Yeah, you're not on the network. Okay. Which means that the Certus is just ending up in a different cell. That is frustrating. And I have no way of knowing which one. So that means I need the, like, ME... Not the drive. What's it called? The... IO port. That's the one. And actually, I probably want the fast one, right? The expanded AE. Oh god, my inventory. We're just gonna clear out the inventory and we'll figure out what we need to grab again later. And the extended is a crystal assembler recipe. Sure. And the base one is a normal recipe. All right, those are all in there. And our crystal assembler is one of these things. Crystal assembler. Boom. So now, if I want to make the expanded one... Done. I'm going to have to cycle all my cells through. And this is a thing we're going to have to do multiple times as we add new stuff to the system, right? Let me see. One of these was empty. Yeah. We will put the empty cell in. And then cycle everything through. Fortunately, a lot of these should have, like, very few items actually in them. There we go. Now this is getting its Certus input into it, so I probably don't have to cycle the rest of these. Right now I'm decompressing a 5x soul sand. That sounds awful. All right, what's next? Oh, I need to finish this. Yeah, this is what we're doing. Oh, shoot. I only made 3 of these, but of course I broke the old one, so I need to make one more. We need one more. And do we have 1 enchanted annihilation plane. We're gonna need 1 more, and then I need to go enchant 3 of them. Get the last flawless Certus going, and let's make ourselves another stack of books, because why not? This is perfect. There's probably a way to automate, like, the actual enchanting, but, oh, I need levels. Can we just take out, like, 20 levels? Yeah. What do you mean too expensive? I've literally done this before. Whoops. How was I able to apply this to this one? Oh, here we go. One at a time. That's the issue. Okay. Weird. Too expensive is not a useful error in that situation. All right. Let's find... We've got our planes. Make another stack of cables, please. Quartz fibers, I have plenty of. Cool. I actually want to go around and do this everywhere. That was wrong. That one. I want to go through all of these and make sure that in the middles where they're touching, it's quartz fiber on both sides. Not because it needs to be for it to work correctly, but so that I can template this with a copy and paste gadget and have it do the right thing and make sure that it's isolated no matter what it's next to. So I want them all the same so that I know I can't get it wrong and have them accidentally connect and bridge the gears in a weird way. You still had 22K left. Jeez, yeah, that's way too much. All right, I think that's right. I think all of these are the way I want them to be now. Yes, except this one. And then this weirdness is going to go away as I refactor these. Let me grab the last flawless. There we go. So the only thing with the Certus is I need to make sure that we're never going to get dust. So this all needs to hook up to a storage bus. Sorry, in here. Oh, and I have lots of those. Excellent. Storage bus, which is going to be set to only Certus quartz. And then that gets to be kissing an ME interface, which goes right there. Really? I just got that advancement? Okay. And then the annihilation planes go on, right? That's interesting that these don't have quite the same MBT data. They don't want to stack. There we go. Except that's the wrong spot. Let's try again. There we go. All right. And this is done importing. I should really make a all the Modium axe. Okay, so this has 4x'd our production here. And if I so desire, we could double this again if we do really need heaps more of the stuff. But hopefully this is enough for what we need to be doing right now. We've got 92,000. I'm worried that Certus was spread across 2 cells, actually. Because shouldn't it all show up in block form? Not... I mean, I guess there's a quick way to test. If we pull out every cell... Nope, it still shows 92,000. Okay. So it's just compressing down as it goes. That's fine. All right. So it is time to start working on the great AE2 refactor, which there's a couple of things that I want to do, and I'm not sure what order of operations I want to do them in. One, the pig brain needs to be wrapped in peer-to-peers, and I need to pull all the cables out. We're going to do a peer-to-peer subnet. There's 120 faces on this, so that is plenty of channels. We really don't need more than that. But it's just infeasible to get all of the channels out of this thing the way it is in the brain, in the head of the pig here, without peer-to-peer. So we're gonna do that. I'm taking the glass out because it's just going to be easier to work with if the glass is out. The issue with doing this, well, really with every step that I need to do along the way, is that if we don't have all the materials we need, the AE2 system is shut down. So I need to stockpile some stuff outside of the AE system while we're doing all of this shenanigans. So do I have like a netherite barrel? No. What about a netherite? I do have netherite chests, right? Yes. All right. Plenty of space for everything I need to stockpile. So for the brain, I do not need to do a 7x7. That is way more than we need. This is plenty. This really is plenty for finishing this pack. I am quite confident in that. Plus, it needs to be an even center so it fits inside the pig's head correctly. I can't ruin my nice build. Let's see. We need pink cables and smaller pink cables. This is going to look real good once I'm done with it. I figured out, playing around in a creative world, a good way to wrap this nicely to get all the channels out. So we're gonna have a good look when all is said and done. Your piggy is dead. My piggy is what I want to have, and what we're gonna have when I'm done with the AE2 refactor is dense cables running on the peer-to-peer subnet coming down each foot. And then we can, I don't know if I'll do the peer-to-peer terminals on each foot, but like we can run cables out of each foot to like all the builds, and then they'll all be hooked up to their peer-to-peer for their individual channel clusters. So it's gonna look like the pig like landed and like spread out his like little cyborg roots and took over the platform. That's the vibe we're going for with the pig and the pig brain. So let's just make lots of pink cable. Oh, I'm out of wool. Oh, I do have some sheep predictions. Okay, good. Sheep predictions. There we go. I should automate that. Okay, we need a lot of wool. While we're waiting for that, the other thing I need is a bunch of cable anchors. And sure, we'll make a cutting knife recipe 2. That's probably not going to do what I want. Is there a better way to do cable anchors that doesn't involve the cutting knife? Actually, no. Okay. That's fine. All the wool. Cable anchors. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock. As usual, I am going to... Oh, all right. Apparently, we're just not making that much. I would... as usual, I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the ad break. Recommend everyone else also take the opportunity to hydrate, take care of yourselves as human beings, and I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Your poor pig, Liam. That thing is in rough shape. All right. We've got all of our cables. We're gonna need our ME peer-to-peer tunnel. Did I already encode that? Yes, and we need 120 for every face of the thing. Plus, I want to have some extras so I can actually start getting channels out. So let's do like 128 for now. I only need to get enough peer-to-peers out to, like, be able to access the system again, right? We don't have to, And I'm also going to need a few extra ME controllers. Let's make those. All right. While we are... Let's see, the glass doesn't have to come out here. What else do I need to bootstrap this to get the system running again? I don't think I need anything else. I think everything else we can just disconnect for now and reconnect later. This is dangerous because this will potentially screw up power. But the ME system runs on its own backup, so it should be okay. We hope. All right. All of these... Oh, is my inventory full? Yes. This infusion pylon might have to move. All of these cables are going to have to move back at least some. We're going to have some serious refactoring to do to various parts of this over the course of the rebuild. It's just a matter of what's the order of operations to be least damaging during the process. I am not going to expand the head. I expanded the head upwards slightly for the glass dome, but we're not going to expand it any further. No, we're going to keep it about this size. I do need to get these concrete blocks out of the way, though. All right, I think... Let's start dropping. Peer-to-peers. And then because I want to do the whole thing in one color so that it's going to look like a wrinkly brain, I'm using the pink cables. I'm going to need a bunch of cable anchors to separate everything. It'll be fine. The aesthetics are worth it. And then we expect to have 12 left over. Yes. Okay. I am going to have to move this pylon. Ugh. Oh, wait. I still have flight. How do I still have flight? Didn't I? You know what? I'll take it. Oh, it's going to time out very soon. Okay, that's fine. We'll just put that back in there. Do I have a wireless terminal? Yes. But obviously, everything's shut down right now. All right, so each of these is going to be a corner with 5 channels on it here. And these all have to be isolated by cable anchors, because if these bridge, that'll be more than 8 things on one channel. So what, I'm pulling everything out on peer-to-peers is what I'm doing, so that I can send, basically, with everything on peer-to-peers, I can send 32 faces from my peer-to-peer network through one dense cable. So rather than having to route cables out for every face individually, I route out cables for a bunch of faces as peer-to-peers, and then we'll take them out on the other side. It'll make sense when it's built, I promise, if you haven't seen that before. Yeah, you can use wireless to do some of it as well, but you can get much denser, much more throughput and much denser everything using peer-to-peers. If you check all the mods, yeah, wireless connector. I knew what you meant. On the all the mods wiki, there's an example like 7x7, like densest possible controller. I don't remember the name of the guy that designed it, but it is absolutely ridiculous. We don't need that much capacity, but we do need some. Let me get 5 there. And then the cable anchors are necessary, like I was saying, because otherwise if these cables connect, we have 10 channels on the cables. So each of these are pulling 5 peer-to-peer channels out, and then that gets connected to the dense cables. Wireless connectors are 10 times easier. Yeah. But this is more fun, and I want the brain to look like super busy inside the skull when I put the glass dome back on, and I think this is going to be this is going to give me the look that I want. This is as much a project about aesthetics as it is about a functional ME controller. Whoops. But yeah, each of these corners, you could see how it's gonna work. I end up with 1/4 of the brain. That's these dense cables, and this has 30 channels of peer-to-peer on it. And then these come down pretty much just like that. and need to come into the center here where I'm going to have the subnet controller. I want to get enough of this going that I can, like, turn it on again. And then I can put all my stuff back in the ME system and we can run with it. For now, I need to just hook up all of the existing. Yeah, these all need to be on peer-to-peers is what I need to do. And then I can bridge them. Ooh, shoot. I didn't make... Well, this is going to be exciting. I didn't make a memory card. And in fact, I need the advanced one. This is fine. We can make this work. Where is... Yeah, there's the storage controller. All right, we're going to put together an absolute bare minimum system here really quick, because I'm an idiot. And I need... What do I need? I need some of this stuff. So what do I need for the advanced memory card? We need a network tool, which needs some... Yeah, okay. Let's see about getting this hooked up. What a mess. I can't believe I missed a step. And, okay, that's powered there, so that's fine. Let's get that stuff out of the way for now. Do I have a storage bus? Storage bus. I should have one. Storage bus. All right. This is so scuffed. Storage bus. And then we can hook our drives back up. Okay. Getting somewhere. We need our pattern encoding, pattern access, and crafting terminals. We need some blank patterns. I think I've got enough here to get this together. Hopefully we don't have too many channels. Okay, good. So, pattern encoding, the advanced memory card, a regular memory card, and a network tool. Oh, we don't have our... Shoot. Let's see if we get rid of that. Do that. Yeah, too many channels. I expected that. Let's grab this and this. And what am I doing? I want to... Did I disconnect this one already? No. Let's disconnect this. We shouldn't need anything on this end here. We can get blue dense hooked up there. Oh, and we have power. Okay. I don't know how we have power there, but I'll take it. Let's not connect that there. Let's bring this over here. Okay. Now, it would also be good to connect the red one, I think, because that's all my auto-crafting infrastructure. All right, now we should have access. If I check the pattern access terminal, yes. Crafting patterns all in. We need a Certus Quartz wrench recipe. Now, will it let me do it? Okay, good. Ooh, all right. Now I get to tear the whole thing apart again. The whole point of this is so that I can connect up the peer-to-peers. I need to be able to link them when I pull them out, which means that I need to have this advanced card. Actually, that pink one should be connected. Repair it, and then, yep. Well, I got what I needed. So I can finish converting over to the new setup. Okay, so this has cables coming in here. That's fine. That hooks up there. I now need to start pulling out... Well, for now, each of these can be on... Let me grab the rest of the peer-to-peers. I just have to get it working enough that I can start using it again. That's the... All right. For now, I can just toss this on any face. It doesn't really matter. Just so this system is powered. All right. So this one is powered. But this one isn't because we're all on the peer-to-peers here. And we'll get this one powered with... I mean, for now, we will do... Do I have a glass fiber? Or a quartz fiber, rather? Did I keep any of those? Yes, thank goodness. All right, quartz fiber here. And that should... Oh, no, I'm on the wrong network here. Sorry. That's the same network. We need to pull off of, like, here. And this is all temporary, again, until I get everything hooked up properly. All right, so that should power the subnet. So now here's the cool part of how this whole thing works. Is I will grab... some more peer-to-peer tunnels, and I will grab... I guess I'll just use pink for now. I should use different cables for different, like, subnets, but I didn't make cables in a different color, so we're doing this. If I add the peer-to-peer tunnels here... And then I grab my memory card. I can give this a name, and this subnet is the... Well, what do I want to call these? These are assemblers, yeah. All right, so we're going to give this one molecular assemblers. And then I can pick any of the other ones that are unused in the system. Let's see, molecular assembler. Ugh. Molecular assembler's out, and I will give another one a name. In, and we will bind it. And these are now connected via one of these peer-to-peers to a face of the network. So they have their own 32 channels, but we can see in this system, the subnet, we're only using one channel for that peer-to-peer. And then I can easily pull 32 channels off of this, and that is 32 faces of the cube. So that is how it works. That is the magic of the peer-to-peer system. It still makes no sense. Yeah, peer-to-peer is black magic. When you have two peer-to-peer faces, and you can use them for things other than ME, there are other kinds of peer-to-peer tunnels, but it uses one channel for the peer-to-peer, but you can send things through it. So like you can send a redstone signal through a peer-to-peer, you can send light levels through, there are light level peer-to-peers, but it just acts as if the input end and the output end are adjacent to each other for purposes of like the game calculations. But if one of those things that's adjacent to it is an ME system, then you have a face here that you could attach a dense cable to. This peer-to-peer makes it look like that face is adjacent to this dense cable. That is the magic. All right, this one is mechanism out. And we're bound to input, right? Selected peer-to-peer becomes the output. Yeah. Bind it. Oops, did I screw up? Oh no, I did. Uh-oh. Let's start over. I screwed something up. All right. Mechanism out. We want to bind to mechanism in. And then oh, you're called mechanism. Oops. Okay, that was the problem I made. Okay. I somehow rebound. All right. So mechanism in is molecular assemblers out. That is the problem, is I somehow... Well, besides getting that backwards. Selected peer-to-peer becomes the output, bind target becomes the input. Okay, that's what I... What did I do? Bind. Okay. And then this one is mechanism out. And we're going to get a new one. And bind it. Okay, there we go. And this one is MISC Legacy. This is the one that ultimately needs to be, like, fully replaced. I hate that I have to hit enter for these to save. But I'm giving them names, otherwise I will, like, lose my mind. All right, so that should be everything now hooked up to the new system. Let me make some adjustments here. We want to get rid of this. We don't need it anymore. And let me set up, how do I want to do this? I need to pull a couple of channels like up here. I need to sleep, apparently. All right. So yeah, this is not getting power, and that's fine. We can just do that. Yeah, and this gets power from this network now. So we power this as a subnet. So these cables where I'm doing the peer-to-peers like here, that's not going to be what I want to do long term. I want to be pulling the cables down and doing the peer-to-peers, you know, elsewhere. But I need the system to be like functional right now. So for now, we're going to leave these peer-to-peers in. Some of this will stick around here. Like we'll keep I think the molecular assemblers and stuff will stay here. So we will have to pull a couple of channels out, but for the most part, we're going to want to pull cables that contain our peer-to-peers out of here. And I need to choose a color that I want to use for that so that I always know which cables are doing that. And probably not one of red, blue, or cyan, or pink, because those all have meanings. Anyway, at this point, I should be able to finish hooking this up. And then I need to figure out where I want to put our storage, and I need to pull out a peer-to-peer for the storage subnet, or it's not really subnet, for the storage devices. And go from there. For now, though, pink ME cables, cable anchors, big pink cables. Let's get this all hooked up. All right, and then boom. And then we will need to bring out these two faces. I'm going to need heaps of cable anchors, aren't I? Well, maybe not heaps. A couple. Just to keep these two separated. And then this will run all the way back here, which means I need to move my storage controller, which I don't want to do, but oh well. Okay, so this is pretty much the setup, right? Each of these is going to carry, what does this say, 25? Oh, I see what I missed. Now it should say 30. Now it says 30, yeah. So each of these is going to carry 30 faces out of the total of 120. I missed the same ones here, didn't I? Okay. I can leave this half built and be working on other parts of the system now, though. I think that's fine. I should... Okay, I don't have access to my wireless yet. I need to get the wireless fixed. Let's figure out... I think it's like right... Can we pull out? Yeah, okay. We can pull out of here a peer-to-peer. And where's my memory card? We're going to call you control panel out. Control panel in. Bind. And now I've got 32 channels available for sort of my hub here. So if I want to put all my terminals and anything else that needs to go here, I can do that. Boom. The other thing that I can hook up to this one is the... Where is it? Quantum ring. Get my wireless terminals working again. There it is. Sorry. Let's do it like here. All right, cool. Now I should have... Oh, nope. I need to put the singularity in, and now it works? Now it works! All right. We're so back. Other things that need to go up here is the mega decompression module. Cool. So that looks good to me. Wonder if I want to pull this up higher as a non-subnetted thing, because like this also needs to be hooked up to a subnet. This needs to be hooked up to, I keep saying subnet, to a, well, it is kind of a subnet, to a tunnel. So maybe I want to pull out non-tunneled, like all the way up to like here, so I can work with it. Do I have a color that's going to work for that? Green? I'm using green here already. Well, what are my different colors in here? I think blue is barely being used. Yeah, blue is only being used right here to hook these up. So I think I'm going to use blue for my travel network. That's fine. So we can pull blue up here. And then hook this up. Oh, it doesn't know what to do with itself. It's very confused. There. Oh, right. I can't put it on the dense, of course. I'm being silly. Let's grab all the blue from our system down here, though, because we're going to replace this with something else. That does mean that this is offline for now. We'll deal with that in a minute. Now I can make some undensified cables, which I can use. There we go. So this is now control panel out. Find it. Okay. Gotta go. All right. Thanks for hanging out. What is... Oh, this was my power in, so I lost power to the subnet. That was my own fault. I need to change how I'm doing the flux point as well. Really, I need a second flux point. All right, for now, let's just get this connected. I think, though, if I connect this right here, right now, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because, yeah, this can't get power because it's on the wrong part of the wrong side of the subnet, but the subnet system isn't powered, so I might have to just steal a flux point from somewhere else, like right here. And we will use that to power the subnet. And these run on the backup network, because we do always want that to be powered. Okay. And now that the peer-to-peer is powered, I can move this one to, like, right here. Well, no, not right there. I need an energy acceptor. But that's the idea, is to just stick it here. And then it'll actually power through the peer-to-peers, or it should be able to power through the peer-to-peers. Energy generation, yeah, a couple thousand FE a tick. That seems like it is working. Cool. And then we can pull out more dense. Yeah, this system is bridged. Whoops, let me fix that. Grab some cable anchors. What a mess. Do not connect there. Do come to here. Do not connect there. Well, I need peer-to-peers to go in here. 1 second. Do I have a peer-to-peer? I do. What is this? This is sieving. Sieving out, and grab another channel. And bind it. Okay. And last but not least... that's not what I meant to do. Did I not just have some cables? Am I... There they are. and small cable and peer-to-peer and link that. Power network and there we go. Something is bound. What is this? Oh, sieving out. Did not get named properly. All right. I think that's it. Well, okay. That's the easy part. We still have half the brain to hook up, although with 60 peer-to-peers, I already have more channels than I probably need to finish this mod pack. But the other thing to do is to figure out what color I want for pulling things out of the system and hooking them up to other things. I need to get the storage controller hooked up onto a, storage interface again. And run that somewhere in here. Here, let's see if I can get that going. I have enough cables of a reasonable color. Yellow will work for now. I do still need to go through and decide what, colors are going to be what. But, for now, let's just get everything hooked up again and get everything working, and then we'll... Nope, don't connect there. That might work, but it is not what we want right now. What I want is another peer-to-peer coming off of here. You'll do. And we will label this one... storage out, and we will bind it to... All right, and this is the storage net now. Did I not just have yellow cables? Nope. How am I keeping this from connecting? Guess through here to here. All right, that works for now. It's not the cleanest, but it's connected, and we can get the rest of our storage back online. Oh, right, I can't put anything into the system because I don't have the... Yeah. It helps to have the actual storage drives connected before you try to put things into the system. Okay. Sweet. This is not hooked up because nothing is hooked up right now. This is... Yeah, all of these dense cables that are in here that are not... What do I want to do? That's green. I don't need green. Well, first things first. Let's clean out this and get our inventory back into the... Whoops, I just threw away my... Just threw away my time in a bottle, so let's grab that. How many hours do I have in this? 8.5? All right. All right, so what I need to do now is in here, I need to get like 4 blue cables if blue is going to be my network for exiting the system, and I think it will be. I need to bring a blue cable down this leg, and down both of these legs. And in here, I might actually have to use multiple colors. Otherwise, I'm going to be stuck using a ton of cable anchors, which is also fine, I guess. Can I make blue cable? Do I have that patterned? No. Okay. Let's pattern it. You know what? Let's use light blue. And we also need to pattern light blue dye with our... All right. And then we can make a couple stacks of this, except I don't have wool. Okay. Do we have some sheep predictions? We have some. How much do we need? About as much as we're going to make here. Let me get another stack of prediction matrices. Oh, no crafting CPUs are available, of course. Can I get my crafting CPUs online? Probably. I can cheat. And if we grab some cyan cable, we can hook them up temporarily to the mechanism network. And that should get us crafting. Now, if I go for our light blue cable. All right, cool. Ooh, missing fluix crystals. That is because the yellow network is still offline. I have to get the yellow network up to another peer-to-peer. Or do I? I mean, I do, but not in a terrible way. I hope that I can grab, like, this. And then bridge these. And we have enough channels on this, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, can I make... the light blue cable that I need? We're missing 42. Really? All right, let's get those going. Prediction matrices. All right. So that's going to run a bunch of sheep predictions so I can get more wool. For now, I guess we'll start with a stack instead of 2 stacks of the light blue cable. Now we get to start refactoring stuff. Okay. So all this yellow here needs to come differently. So we're going to actually pull out a whole 64 set of subnet channels here. Which, really, I'm out of peer-to-peers? I already used 8 of them? Oh, that's a problem. Oh no, the storage net is offline. It is not that we used them, it's that I haven't hooked storage back up. That is my bad. So we can do that. We can grab this one. And we need to relink it, which... Oh, God. I'm an idiot. I put the linking tool back in the storage. We can fix this. I just have to shuffle this around. We have to put storage up here briefly, because this one is connected. And now, yeah, we've got our other peer-to-peer tunnels, and we should have the memory card. Yes, okay. So now, this light blue cable is permanent infrastructure. So I'm happy calling this one storage out and linking it to storage in, which is unbound. There we go. And we've got 32 channels here. Only one of them is currently being used. I do want to, well, I will move the storage controller once we have migrated the rest of the system off of storage drawers, because then I only have to relink a couple of them instead of like 20 million. Because like we still rely on them for our obsidian generation and a couple of other things. But I don't necessarily want this thing here, because I want the cables to be able to come over and go up, and that goes right through where that is. Okay, this is progress. And I need to do the same thing. I need to have a light blue cable on this side. So that'll come down and we'll be able to hook that up to things as needed. We will do a peer-to-peer here. This one is called AE2 crafting out. And we will make a AE2 crafting in. Which, why does this all show 0 of 32 channels? Device oh, I didn't actually link it. I renamed it, but I didn't do the link. A2 crafting in bind. There we go. Cool. Progress is being made. So we can see now that on this leg, we're using 2 of the up to 32 peer-to-peer tunnels that we could hang off of this. I maybe should hook this up, like, to an unused face somewhere here instead of to this, just to save a channel on this cable, but doesn't really matter because every one of those channels is 32 real channels in the system, right? So, all right, it's ad break o'clock again. I am, as usual, going to step away for a little bit and get some water. I recommend everybody do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as humans. And when we return, we'll, we will figure out what we're doing next, which probably... Oh, I need to get storage hooked back up to the storage network because it's still sitting up here. Although that should be fine for purposes of this. This should work. Why is this whole... Oh, because this one isn't hooked up. Yeah. We're gonna refactor a bunch of how these systems are hooked up to the AE2 system now that I'm pulling the peer-to-peer network through. So that's gonna be... The next big task is starting to refactor all of these, and we'll do that when we're back. Welcome back. Okay, the AE2 refactor continues. I need... Oh, I should be able to grab a bunch of wool now, if I'm lucky. No, but maybe sheep predictions. Yes, we have sheep predictions. Okay. Those can start running, and will make us a bunch of wool. In the meantime, let's start ripping some of this stuff that I know I'm going to replace out. So, like, all of this goes away. These furnaces are going to have to be removed eventually. That furnace had a lot of experience in it. Didn't even think about that. So everything that's on, like, just normal Fluix cable, I'm going to disconnect for now. I'm going to leave that one so I can tell what it's doing. That's fine. Yeah, we're going to have a bunch of this stuff will end up on, like, a miscellaneous crafting network of some sort. I just need to bring out the right cables to do that. And then this cyan cable is going to get pulled way back as well. And we're going to put this on. And we're going to have really like 2 networks here. So I'm going to put this light blue here. And I do have 2 peer-to-peers. Excellent. So we'll do one here, another one there. And inside the leg. Again, all of this cyan cable comes off. We are going to disconnect these because I need to figure out a different way to hook them up. Okay, let's get the crafters hooked back up first. Because, like, I need those to be functional. So I am going to call this one. This one is no longer mechanism out. This one is crafting computers out. And we will bind it to a new one. Gotta hit enter before I hit bind or it doesn't work right. Cool. And thought I could break dense cables up into small ones. Am I just wrong about that? Doesn't really matter, but cool. All right, the crafting computers are all back online. They are on their own peer-to-peer. So now, let's grab... What are you called? Oh, this was the Misk Legacy. Okay. We're going to have to deal with that later. Okay. Whoops. So now you can be mechanism out, bind, and we will hook that up. That is the wrong cable. Okay, mechanism is hooked back up. And then These all need to be hooked up. I have various crafting machines here, and I need to pick a color. It doesn't really matter what it is. What have I got sitting around? I've got red dense, lime. I'm using green here, right? Yeah. Could use lime. Lime is a thing. Or purple. Oh, I need purple dye encoded too. At some point, I'm going to end up with literally every color of dye encoded here. Which is fine. What do you mean we're missing dye? Oh, yeah, because that's in here, which is currently not hooked up. How do I want to do this? All right. Well, this is going to be, what am I going to call this one? Various crafting back. Various crafting back left. All right. And now, for now, I should be able to hook this up. Now it should be able to see my... Yes. Okay. Now we can see everything we need to do. Oh, we're out of wool again. This is why we did this. So we are going to disconnect this. We're going to make this network purple, just for the sake of giving it a color. But we should be able to hook up all of these crafting machines here without really even needing necessarily dense cable. We'll use it anyway, but... And then this also wants to be on the purple network. I think that is everything there. This network is still like a bunch of legacy stuff that we need to finish hooking up in a better way. For now, is it just going to hook up to the purple network? I think absolutely yes. Because, like, we got to keep the base functional. All right. And that'll keep these running. Yeah, we're making Certus again because it can be imported. And everything else here that is hooked up to this mess of old crap is fine. I could disconnect this system and hook this up to a new color coming out of this foot from here, probably. Because I think this is just a couple of storage buses hooked up to, yeah, hooked up to over here. I don't need this at all anymore, do I? This is completely useless. Let's just take this down then. What is... Oh, I'm interacting with the formation plane through the water. That's what was happening. Sweet. Well, that is one of the big refactors that needed to be done. We have... What else needs to happen? This needs to be hooked up. I guess it can stay on the purple network. It just needs to be a little more intentional. I should probably run some of these cables like underneath the ground instead of over it. That would be a little bit cleaner. Yeah, this cable's sitting at 7 channels right now, so we can't do a lot else here. Let me get... I need to hook our... I need to put our smelters down somewhere useful. We will, in fact, upgrade them to all the modium. And do I just hang them off the purple network? Probably. I think that's easy. It's not the cleanest, but it's easy. All right. Let's do what I just said I was going to do. And let's hook some things up in some different ways. So this, I mean, do I really want to hook this up to purple? Or do I want to run blue down here? And then I can just give these guys their own dedicated subnet, like right in this area. I think I like that instead. Oh, shoot. I mean, I'm also out of sand, although apparently I can craft sand. The issue is that our furnaces are offline, so I can't make glass. I need to get them temporarily hooked up somewhere, even if it is very temporary. We're going to do these one at a time, because I need to keep track of which ones are blasting and which ones aren't. And we will pull another couple of channels off here. Extended pattern provider. Up the top. Furnace. This one is blasting. Auto split on. Bottom auto output on. Okay. And all the patterns can go in there. And let's grab the other one. This is the one that I actually care about, because this is the one that can make glass for me. And I do not want these to be, like, in this spot long term. This is just to get everything working. Auto split on, input output. All right. Now I should be able to do more dense blue cable, right? Yes. So now let's go under here. That's where we're going to want to hook this up. And we will also go out, I guess, right there. I don't have enough of these. I'm waiting for this to craft more. Oh. It probably helps if I power these. There are... Beautiful. Actually, I think what I want to do is we want a small cable here, because then I can do a peer-to-peer right on top. And we link that. And what are we calling this one? Farms out. Find one we're not using. Farms in. Bind it. Now we can hook these up right where they need to be hooked up. Right over here. That one. And this one can get pulled off of here. We are so close to having, like, everything not connected to the quote-unquote MISC legacy network anymore. Cool. Yeah, and this is only one channel because it's just the storage interface. Yep. Cool. I'm happy with that. And this one's 2. So we're running 3 channels on that network. This is the next one to do, I think. So let's do the same thing. Let's give this peer-to-peer, like right here. Shoot, wrong button. Oh well. I should have used my my wrench there. This needs to go like that. And we will call this one... Oh, it's not actually hooked up yet. Now we can call this one mob farm out and hook that up to mob farm in, bind it, and everything from here on over is now useless. So the only thing, there should only be one thing on this network now. There's only one thing on this network now, and it is this storage interface, which we're going to have to do, like, a lot of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Sure. But this is going to get its own network as well. That's going to be called, like, farm or something like that. Or Geors or something. I don't think we need this energy acceptor anymore because we should be getting power through this. So that's cool. I don't necessarily want these furnaces to stay here, but it's a fine spot for now until I figure out a better place for them. So I think this is the next one that needs its, like, peer-to-peer figured out, but that also means, like, all of these I want to start hooking up the way this one is hooked up and migrating them away from the storage drawers. I also want to get them all running on all the Modium furnaces. So we're going to need a bunch of all the Modium furnace upgrades. And go from there. The other thing I need to check as I go through each of these is, like, when we put redstone in a bulk cell, I need to be removing recipes related to, like, redstone blocks, because I think the bulk cell can do that automatically for me. Cool, 94,000 Certus quartz. Well, plus crystal... Oh! There's a lot of Certus quartz in here. Can I do the cobble cell yet? Is this just going to work now? No, because we still don't have glowstone. Okay. That needs to be also a thing that I figure out. Maybe we should do that first. Do I have the necessary... I do have a crafting recipe for soul sand. Which is made from nether essence and fire essence. Okay, cool. So in theory, well, one of the things I need to do, I need to get my crafters back online that are not for me. I need the ones that are for automation to be back online. I want to switch, actually, let's do the co-processing units first. I want all of these to have 16x co-processing units. Maybe I just make 4 more of these. Like, if I want to make 4 more of these, will it let me? It absolutely will. Let's do the co-processors first. Let's get these upgraded. That's in here. So if we go up to like a 16x, which is fairly gentle. We need the 8x's and the 4x's and the 2x's and the expanded, and we have everything else that is required. So if we want to make 4 of these, let that run. It has to make like 1,000 calculation processors. It's gonna take what? Is this the estimate? 2.5 minutes? That's, well, doesn't seem to be getting any faster though. How's this stuff running? Does any of this need, like, did I put acceleration cards in everything that takes them? Yes. It does seem like it. All right, well, in that case, we just kind of have to wait. What are other things I can be working on? I guess I could... Don't necessarily want to start... Well, maybe I do. I want to figure out... We're going to need a ton of... I mean... 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. All right. Let's just start everything crafting that we're going to need. Storage bus. Oh, I have 12. Perfect. Interface. We're going to need a dozen of those. What else do I need? I don't even know. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? It's just it's a storage bus hooked up to an interface. The other thing, well, we need to put fortune on all of the... We're going to need 12... Oh, I need another ME extended drive. Start that going. We're going to need a dozen bulk cell. Actually, we need 2 dozen bulk cells, right? Which does not have enough glowstone to make. Okay. I could figure out the glowstone the soul sand thing. That is, yeah, everything's blocked on circuits. Literally everything we need is... Interesting. I have this inscriber and I have no patterns in it. Yeah, it's just going to take a while for all of this stuff to get scheduled. Unfortunately, everything I need is AE2 stuff, so it all, like, blocks itself in the system. How are these guys doing on... Yeah, okay. We probably need... Here, I think... Let's grab these 256Ks, and let's see if we can get ourselves... I need some crafting that automation can use. Because I have stuff that's just not... Oh, God. What did I do? No, it's okay. They're still hooked up. They're still running. I already forgot what the other thing I was making was, though. Ooh, we did get the co-processing units. So all of these need to change now. And actually, let's pull these. Oh no, that was stupid. That one was still running. All right, and then these ones we're gonna put down 1, 2, 3, 4. These ones will only be for requests by automation. I guess I do have a bunch of co-processing units, so like, whatever. Just let them be, let them have a few co-processing channels for stuff that's running in automation. Why not? Okay, but these ones up here, these are now 4M storage and 16X coprocessors, so they should be significantly faster when they can parallelize. Next is we need the upgraded molecular assemblers. There is the extended one. Extended molecular assembler. We have all the inputs for it. We just have to drop the processing pattern in the right machine. Crystal assembler. Correct. And this should be able to run significantly faster when it can run things in parallel. But once we have the extended molecular assemblers, those work in parallel with the pattern providers. So, and I will also want a third. We're not manually sieving ever again, I hope. I'm going to want to make a third one of these with, you know, more extended molecular assemblers, etc. Where is the Fluix dust recipe? Oh, it's still running in an inscriber. Interesting. All right, we might need to change that. Oh, that's this, isn't it? That's this inscriber. Which does have acceleration cards. But I think that I can run that in the extended inscriber and make it, like, a lot faster. We also can do it in mechanism. Sure. So I should just set up a mechanism pattern for both of those and not use the inscriber anymore. Something else I want to make sure I do is I want to go through and I want to change a lot of these to be 64x patterns. Or maybe I just make them 1x and I let it do its natural multiply by 8. Yeah, maybe I just turn the Certus quartz back into a 1-to-1 pattern, and then we can just have this always say make things in batches of 16 or whatever, since it has that capability built in. All right, molecular assembler. Yeah, let's do that. Let's pull the Certus quartz pattern out, and then we'll do all of these multiplied. Certus dust in the crusher. Done in oh, nope, that's still wrong. Yeah, everything is 16x. That is what I want. Let me fix this pattern again. Don't know what I did. One to one. These are all 1-to-1, all right. Then we control click. And they are all 16. Okay. That is fine. 32, 64. That's what we want. All of them are 64x. Cool. Fixed it. I should do that with all of these, shouldn't I? That way they run with more parallels. Okay. That should basically ensure that these always can take full advantage of their parallelness. And then I think these ones are the same, and I don't even think I need to do anything different with these. Because Ender Dust, presumably, we can also do in... Yeah, the Crusher. Except... Sorry. There we go. Have to do the patterns. It modifies the patterns when you do this. It's not like it's built into the pattern provider that it multiplies the patterns, so you have to... Anyway, doesn't matter. It's done now. This one too. 64 at a time. Why not? Do a stack at a time of everything. So... let me find our What am I looking for? ME drive. Yes, another extended ME drive. Beautiful. Because we are going to have a bunch of stuff that we have to hook up. Oh, and actually, this one needs to get moved. Actually, here, let's pull all this out. Let's do you here, and then put all these ones in here. Let's make 8 more of these. And those will fill up this this whole drive with our miscellaneous storage on these 256 cells. Because we're using a lot of our storage types, so I'll just add a few more. And oh, I keep forgetting I need to actually swap in this molecular assembler. So as soon as these storage cells are done, we will we'll swap these in because these will run in parallel. Then we'll upgrade the next one. And then I'm going to make a new set of 8 extended pattern providers and 8 molecular assemblers. And we'll have 3 of these towers. And that should carry us until we can make a quantum computer. All right. And every time we upgrade one of these, they should get a little bit faster. As we upgrade the whole system, everything gets faster. All right, and then we will do 8 more and 8 more of the, oh, I have one. 7 more extended pattern providers. And red cable. I have red cable. Did I not just say to make pattern providers? And the molecular assemblers. I also want to swap out this Fluix for the right color cable. Not that it really matters, but it makes me feel better. Oh, whoops. I put the wrong molecular assemblers back in place here. I'm an idiot. I'm like, how did I end up with extra extended molecular assemblers? And the answer is because I didn't put them in place correctly. All right, so that is 24 of these now. I could try to take the time to rebalance patterns across them so that they are less likely to cause problems for themselves, but it's fine. Oh, and I gotta put all the acceleration cards back into everything. Uh, 5 times 8 is 40. Oh, those are so much faster. Cool. That should significantly improve our auto crafting. So I think the next thing to start on is migrating this system to migrating this system to directly interface with the AE2 network instead of whatever the heck it's doing right now. So that means pulling this cable out here. And yeah, I can run some of these underground, and obviously I have been running some cables underground, but like, I want a little bit of the sprawl, right? I was saying that was the design I want, is I want it to look like the cables are all coming out of the pig. So there's a little bit of that we want to be doing, even if it's not as clean, because we want it to be messy. We want the mess. This is Geor's out. Bind it. Good. And now I need to choose a color. What color should we use for the mining setup? What haven't we used? I guess we haven't done black or gray or white. Let's do white. Let's get white encoded. Why can't I put these in the system? Like, we have plenty of space. And yet, no... Oh, is it because they're on the extended molecular assemblers and it's confused? Is there a note about this? No. Huh. All right, well, that's something we're going to have to keep in mind, is apparently can't shift-click that, because they show up as a crafting recipe, right? Yeah. And it doesn't seem to know... I guess once the extended molecular assemblers are here, it thinks that they should want processing patterns or something like that. It still should work, right? If I go in here and say white cable, and I want, like, heaps of it. Well, okay, we need more wool. We always need more wool. I should really automate this. All right, but now if I say, make me a bunch of white cable, yeah. And, like, it crafts just fine. Weird. Oh, this is all in the wrong spot. Darn it. All right, there we go. Do I want to... Yes. Hmm. Okay, there we go. So why is this not outputting Certus right now? Should be able to find the one that it's hooked up to up here somewhere. Unless I did it wrong. Yeah, where's the one that it's hooked up to? All right, well, it's ad break o'clock. I'm gonna go ahead and let the ad run as usual. Oh, that was a fast... Usually it gives me more warning than that. All right, I'm gonna step away and get some water. I'll see everyone shortly. All right, welcome back. I figured it out during the break. I just I didn't have power attached to this whole system anymore. I had disconnected it. So this is what we're doing for each of these, basically, is just this. Everything needs to go through the subnets. One, because it divides the number of channels we need by 4. But 2, because we need to be able to filter our outputs. So we'll go through the subnets here. And then will do another peer-to-peer somewhere for all of the smelting steps. Once I get all of these into their appropriate Geor storage, I will have a wall of like passive smelters that are doing the whatever, converting all of the Geors into their appropriate ingots. There we go. Those are the words I'm looking for. Okay, we're going to need a bunch of bulk cells. So let's just start on that. Maybe I should get soul sand going first, like sieving soul sand passively. Do I currently have anything up here that is sieving anything? I mean, this one's netherite. I think this is the one that I want. I just have to get bulk cells for everything that comes out of soul sand sieving. If we look at this with the netherite mesh, each of these things needs a bulk cell. And then we can start sieving. So that's 7 bulk cells that we need to finish crafting before we can do anything else. These are moving through pretty quick. There's just a lot of them to make to do a craft like this. So yeah, if I'm going to do that, well, I don't want to take this out until I have all of the appropriate cells filtered, and then I can put all what's in here into the network. Change this out for an import bus. None of these things should be in... Yeah, because this is high priority. So nothing that's in this should be in any of the normal cells right now. They should all be in stuff up there because of the high priority storage. Jeez, scheduled 2,700. Yeah, making a lot of these at once. Not necessarily. You know what? Let's do... How many did I say I need to do the soul sand sieving? 7. Let's do 7 before we do a dozen. Because that way we can get the soul sand sieving going at like full speed, and I will be happier. With 3 of these, it's going to run at 2,000 RF a tick. Oh, that's literally like all of our power production is 2,000 RF a tick. No, wait, sorry. We make 2 million RF a tick. 2,000 is nothing. Okay, never mind. We're good. Well, Not nothing. It's a thousandth of our capacity, but geez, this still has to make over 1,000 processors. At least the parallelism seems to be working with the 16x. The 16x coprocessors. So like the system is moving through pretty quickly, and I can always upgrade those to 32 or 64 or whatever else we need. All right, so what are we going to need as far as bulk storage for the sieve outputs? Also, are we getting glowstone dust from anything else that we sieve? That's well, any of these outputs really from anything else that we sieve. Prosperity shards, just soul sand, nether quartz, soul sand, and crushed netherrack, which I think we are also sieving over here. Yeah. And we also do blackstone, which we probably don't need to do anymore. Let's see if we even need these running anymore. So crushed blackstone, we get ancient debris, we don't need anymore. Gunpowder, we don't need any. Well, we'll get from soul sand. Black dye, magma cream. No, we don't need to be running crushed blackstone anymore. And if we don't need crushed blackstone, we probably don't need crushed netherrack either. Let's just double check. I mean, blaze powder is probably the thing. Oh, but we also get blaze powder from dust. Okay. So I think we're fine. I don't think we need to be running either of these anymore. Which means once I have the right set of things filtered for these inputs, we'll swap these also into import buses. Oh yeah, this is doing some weird, like, filtering, getting things connected to each other. Kind of forget how it works, but doesn't really matter. Do we have our... Okay, we've got 7 bulk cells. Let's grab our cell workbench and head on in here. Oh, I am super hungry. Not anymore. So, these need... One of them is prosperity shards. Oh, and they all need compression upgrades. My bad. And then for each of these, I also need to double check our crafting. Like, Is there a prosperity block? No. All right. Next, glowstone. So again, we go into here. It doesn't look like I have glowstone block. That can go in. Next, gunpowder. Gunpowder does not have a block form that I know of. Do I even need a compression card in this one? Probably not. Do I need the compression card for the prosperity? Does that have a block form? Yes, it does. Okay. And I should actually see... well, no, because they're not in the cell, so it doesn't have it yet. What else? Quartz, netherwort, ghast tear, and solium dust. Quartz. Oops, wrong thing. Again, make sure we don't have like a quartz block. Certus quartz block. I don't think I have another quartz block. No. Solium dust. This one doesn't need a compression card. Ghast tier. This one also doesn't need a compression card. What's the last thing we get from sifting soul sand? Netherwort. Which does have a compressed form. All right. All right. Next, we need one for... Before I can import all this stuff... Well, I don't have to switch these ones to import. I can switch this one over, and I can leave those ones normal for now. So let's grab an import bus. Let's grab some acceleration cards. That was instant. Love it. All right, and that is pulling in all that stuff. Some of it might end up coming to... Yeah, it's going to come to here first, because this is higher priority. That's fine. We will... Well... I mean, maybe I do just import all of this and accept the fact that, like, some things are not going to go where I want them to go just yet. All right, this will start pulling everything in. Blackstone is going to take up a ton of space, which I'm not super excited about. But oh well. Maybe I'll use it as a building material. There we go. We've got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, now if I look at quartz, we can see we have all of the block of quartz recipes. Beautiful. Look at glowstone. We can see we have all of the glowstone recipes. Beautiful. Okay. Stuff's working. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that Altamodium ingot. Oh, well. Well, what I will have to do is cycle all of my cells. Once I've got everything into the system. I should probably mark this as priority 1. There we go. Where is our glowstone currently? Where are we getting glowstone from? Ah, this is dust sieving. Okay. That is empty. Let me grab an axe. I really should make myself an Altamodium axe, but that's not happening right away. So, as far as this sieve goes, I think what I need is... Well, we need some more Fluix cable, and... These want an inventory below them. So I think... I don't actually know how many channels I have here. I don't have a smart cable. Carried channels 6. Okay. And it will soon be 5 when this is done. What did I just pick up? Oh, a bunch of sand. Oh, is this, like, blocked up? It is. Let me get 2 things. A netherite upgrade. And a void upgrade. And that way, this shouldn't back up anymore. Yeah, that's working now. Is something locked up? How are we stuck crafting a copper upgrade? The problem is I have no idea which of these machines is going to have it. Oh, well, I have 2 patterns for copper upgrade, so that's cool. I wonder if that's why it broke. Do I have another duplicate somewhere? Oh, did it run finally? Yeah, they're both getting stuck in exactly the same spot. Can I just make a copper upgrade? No. Oh. Is this an issue with the extended molecular assemblers and the extended pattern providers not, like, working right together? Darn. All right, we might have to downgrade our molecular assemblers. I don't think this is working right. Now, here's the question. Where's the pattern for molecular assemblers? No, see, that's working fine. Okay. And that definitely involved an extended pattern provider talking to an extended molecular assembler. Why is this... This just doesn't want to craft. But why? That's so weird. I mean, I could do it by hand. Okay. Now if we've done it by hand, are we going to, like, lock up at the next step? No. It's just the copper one that it can't seem to make. Weird. Okay. I need to figure out how I want to get... Well, for one thing... diamond upgrades. These need to output to a storage. So I think I need a ME interface here with... Do I care at all about this? No, this doesn't have to run anymore. Happy to just take that apart so that we can do a export bus here set to soul sand with a crafting card. And probably some acceleration cards. There we go. And then everything is going right into the system. And, yep, glowstone number is going up. What else does soul sand generate? Ghast tears, prosperity shards, nether quartz. We only have 3 nether quartz. That seems unlikely. Oh, it's probably all in block form, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that is some of our glowstone production, but there's other stuff that we still need to sift because we can't get good variants of it. What is our recipe for sand, by the way? Oh, we make it from fire and dirt essence. Okay, cool. We should probably be able to do the same thing with gravel and possibly dust. Can we craft dust? No. We can do it with mechanism, though. Okay. So we'll do a dust recipe in the mechanism crusher, and then we'll be able to sieve dust as well. And that means that all the dust outputs also need their own cells. Again, we're just going to use the bulk cells for everything. The technical bore about capacity. Bulk cell casts all these parameters, blah, 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 blah. Hold any arbitrarily large quantity a user could reasonably conceive. ME can only handle up to 9.2 quintillion of any item. The bulk cell is internally capable of going beyond this limit. At the very least, alluding to the fact that it may have done so. Quantity, a lot. Very good. Okay. So the answer is these things can effectively store an infinite amount of stuff. So once we are appropriately importing to them, they should work. I do need to cycle all my drives again, unfortunately. This is going to take a hot second. I should really automate something to do this on, like, a command or something. Because you can do it with, like, hoppers and stuff if you really want to. All right, well, we've started to store some glowstone. Oop. All right, the rest of these are all empty, so I think we have fully cycled it. Really? It only shows... Where is all of our glowstone? Oh, it's probably... A lot of it is still in storage over here from sieving dust. Yeah. which we, I guess, should set up next. Problem with dust is that it also spits out all the, like, Zycraft stuff that I don't necessarily want, but all right, all of these are going to need, but it does spit out sulfur, which we need. It spits out blaze powder, which we need. So every one of these things needs to get a bulk cell. That's a lot of bulk cells. I don't know if we can make that many. Certainly we cannot store that many right now. I'm going to need another extended drive. Let's just do 2 more drives. We're going to need them. And then I'm going to move the water cell over here. So what do we do next? Dust or sand? I guess we should do sand sieving next. Yeah, because we already have a cell for Certus quartz. We'll make one for uraninite, black quartz, prismarine, shards, and crystals. Although, don't crystals go in with shards? Or vice versa? Or are they just straight up different? Maybe they're just straight up different. All right, yep, they're just straight up different. Okay, so we'll need both of those. Oh, and this thing is like full too, so let's oh no. Do I have some slabs here? I do. Bonk. Didn't I break another one recently? Yeah. Bonk. Okay. I'm gonna need... Here. Let's, well, ugh, I don't even know what to do with this. For now, we will just move it someplace. We'll deal with it later. So, another flux sieve. And this one is going to need another ME interface. How are we doing on channels here? Carried channel 7. Okay. We are going to start to have issues, although I will be able to get rid of both of these barrels as I go. So we got that going for us. days. Oh, right. Okay. So for... Right, sand. The outputs of sand are... I mean, here, let's do it. Let's look at the recipe for prismarine. There we go. Oh, there's so much stuff that comes out of this. That is annoying. Okay. Of this, I think the only one that we currently have a cell for is the Certus Quartz. So we're going to need 12 bulk cells. Oof. Can we even make a dozen of these right now? We can. All right, let's start it. And then as before, once we get this programmed, we'll swap this over to import, and then we can hook up the flux sieve here. And then we'll do the same thing for dust. We've already got like gunpowder and glowstone. We'll need one for Certus Quartz dust, for salt, for redstone dust, apparently. Gunpowder for grains of infinity. All the Zicorium stuff. It's all a big pain in the butt. I guess I could make more more circuit slicers and spread out all of these patterns across them. That would give us more parallelism when crafting circuits. Or at the very least, I could put, like, just silicon, printed silicon in one and all of the other chips in another, right? And then it can make both halves. And then also parallelize to logic processors. So, like, letting it do that would actually be really good. All right, let's do that. Let's make another pattern provider. And let's make another circuit slicer. Oh, we're out of lapis. Wow, where do we get lapis from? Sieving. Oh, sieving gravel. Oops. Well, I just disconnected that. Let me see. I should at least have a bunch of lapis in here that I can throw into the network. Yes. All right, we're going to have to figure out lapis then. And maybe the answer is that we do turn gravel sieving back on. I hate to do that, but... Yeah. This is still very slowly working. You know what? Let's suspend this one. Because that should let these ones run now. At least in theory. Oh, this one is still claiming all of the printed logic circuits. Oops. There we go. Now we got these. And we can resume this one. I don't think I can actually swap the... well, maybe I can. Move the pattern. I'll wait until it's done crafting circuits in here. Oh, is it done slicing? It's done slicing at this point. Okay, so yes, we can take the silicon processing pattern and put it right over here. Sweet. That will, that'll speed things up a little bit. So we're doing sand first. All right, what's all the stuff that comes from sand sieving? Flint, fluorite, iron nuggets, black quartz, uraninite. This is going to be such a pain. Flint. And I've already forgotten what else. See if I can manage to remember at least 2 at a time. Iron nuggets and fluorite. All right. Fluorite. Which I might... I mean, do we ever actually need a fluorite block for anything? No. All right. So I don't need to put a card in this. I guess I could, just for the sake of it. May as well. All right. And iron nugget. And black quartz, and then uraninite. Which does give us compression, so we want that. And then cactus, prismarine shard, prismarine crystals, kelp. 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 Cactus, pris prismarine shard, and these ones do compress, right? No? I guess because they have multiple, whatever. I'll just make recipes for prismarine blocks if I need them. Prismarine crystals also don't compress. Also don't compress. Kelp. And let's see. We've already got Certus quartz, so sea pickles, all the modium nuggets, and charged Certus. Okay, and then Oop. Didn't realize these would connect to dense cables. There is fine. All right, we gotta recycle the drives again. Just to make sure that everything that we want in our just making sure that there's nothing that is in the regular cells that should be in the dense cells. All right. And that also has the advantage of compressing all of the types into a smaller number of cells, which is nice. And then a lot of these say 0, although we did get some things. All right. And then up here, we swap out the storage bus here for one, we need acceleration cards and an import bus. All right, and this is going to take a hot second to drain. But while this is going, we can start this one up with an export bus. And how many channels are we using? 7. All right, we have just enough space right now. And then you need to be set to export sand. You need a crafting card. And you also need acceleration cards, which are currently in the import bus. So once this finishes importing, we will be able to we'll be able to disconnect that and start hooking up the next thing. I guess we can do a flux, one of these guys, the flux hammer, instead of relying on the mechanism stuff for making the dust. Because, like, the machines should be correctly ratioed, right? So why bother, why do it the hard way? There we go. We don't need these crafting recipes anymore because all the modium will go through its compressed cell, so we get the compressed recipes for free. How's this going? Okay, it's just pulling in Certus quartz. Cool. And we should see all of that ending up... There's a lot of Certus quartz in there to pull in. But we should see that ending up in this cell, right? Yep. Cool. Yeah. Between having... Once we have sand sieving running at full speed and our Certus quartz mine down here, we should be in a significantly better place as far as Certus quartz production goes. Did I mark the other two? This one's marked as 1. This one should also be marked as 1. This one, I guess, can also be marked as 1. That way we are definitely always preferring to put stuff into these as we start filling up additional drives. Okay, let's get 3 more of these going. And, oh, this isn't actually running. I'm an idiot. Now it'll run. And yeah, I'm waiting for this to finish so I can steal the acceleration cards to throw in here. But I'm also going to need a flux hammer and save. Oh, the flux hammers are always backwards, aren't they? Do they rotate at all? No. There we go. That's outputting correctly now. All right, that's done. We can grab that interface. We can throw the acceleration cards in here. And this should now be able to keep this full all the time. Yes. Awesome. And it is ad break o'clock again. So as usual, I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run. And when we get back, we will keep working on this because I think we've got, I mean, we're very close to everything that we need to be running here, running at high speed. And then we can start working on getting all of these migrated into ME storage. So yeah, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll keep going. We'll keep chugging along. Welcome back, everybody. I am confused because we don't seem to be accumulating glowstone, and we should be from the soul sand sifting. Yeah. What about, like, gassed tiers? We got 6,000 of them. Oh, I wonder if it's going into... So, like... Here, let's disconnect this storage bus for one thing. Because this is all of the glowstone, right? This is like 4,900. And if we look for glowstone... Yeah, now it says none. We have no glowstone. Is the sieve not properly outputting into the ME interface? Is that the issue? Do I have to, like, put a barrel with an import bus here instead? Let's try that. Let's grab this gold barrel. And let's grab a import bus. Yeah, stuff has ended up in here. And acceleration cards. There we go. That should just keep that drained from now on. That was not done doing its thing yet. Oops. Well, it's all imported now. Same thing. I'm going to need an import bus. I'm going to need some acceleration cards. Something's wrong. I probably need to set up auto export to the bottom. And possibly also rotate this for power. There it goes. Oh, and this also needs acceleration cards. So we will make 4 more. Okay. So we've got one for soul sand. We've got one for sand. The next one needs to be dust. So we need to get bulk cells for everything we can get from sieving dust. Oof. We already have some of these. But up to 17 things. We're not going to need all 17, but you know what? I want to stress test our new... Oh, nope. We're missing skystone dust and a lot of glowstone still. Right. Let me get a storage bus back on this. That's... Now can I make a bulk cell? Are we happy now? Yes. And these should be able to craft a lot faster. Yes, look at that. We can see that it's able to make the printed silicon and the printed circuit simultaneously, and then thread that with crafting the calculation processors. So we are going much faster now. Yeah, look at that. We're crafting 32 at a time. We probably could stand to have more, well, maybe stand to have more parallels. I think the glass recipe probably needs to be made into like a 64x recipe so that we like blast through heaps of that at all times. That's going to be over here. Yeah, because we're just not even... All of these could be made 64x. Okay. So yes, we'll, I'll wait for this. Actually, let's cancel the job. Make sure that none of these were already 64x, and I just made them 256x. I don't think so. These are all one as well. 64x. All right. Now if I say I want 17 bulk cells, yeah, it's crafting. It's using the furnaces a lot more efficiently. Excellent. And we do still see all the different steps of the circuits are able to run in parallel. Good. All right, we're getting places. The charging is insufficient power. All right, I might need to power this directly. Let's do that. I've got a flux point. Yep, that works. Cool. Are any of the other ones having power issues? Doesn't seem like it. Yep, now we're just waiting to make our way through crafting a whole bunch of processors. Yeah, and this is just pushing all the way up. The printed accumulation circuits are tucked behind the printed logic circuits, so it's taking a little longer. before we get to the accumulation circuits. But this is moving relatively quickly through all of these, so I think we'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, we still have over 2,000 logic circuits to craft to get all of these storage components done. We got 3. All right, well, we could start with 3. What is the next thing that we are hooking up? What have we done already? We've done... soul sand and regular sand. Are we just straight up out of... We're out of nether essence. Wow. All right. We might need to plant another nether plant or 2 or 3. Because our nether production is not keeping up. What about, how are we making sand? Sand is also just dirt and fire essence, right? Which is maybe also almost not keeping up. Okay. All of this also should get moved to bulk cells, by the way. But that's a problem for future Brannon. All right, so we're doing dust next. That's the thing. So if we look at dust sieving, sulfur, salt. Do we already have one for gunpowder? Yes, okay. So sulfur, salt, and bone meal are going to be the 3. And I need to grab the compression cards. Sulfur. Oops. Salt, which also compresses. Apparently. Oh, it might not do it right because there's 2 different salt blocks. Okay. That's fine. But we know what does definitely compress is bone meal. And the next one is redstone dust, grains of infinity. Redstone dust, grains of infinity, skystone dust. Redstone Dust definitely gets a compression card. Grains of Infinity. Do those compress? No. Skystone Dust also does not compress. Certus Quartz Dust. Blaze Powder. Do we have one for Certus Dust already? I know we have it for crystals and charged crystals. Do I have one for dust? No. Certus Quartz Dust does not compress. Blaze Powder. Arcane Crystals. And then it's just the Zircorium Gems. All right, we got 5 different flavors of Zircorium. These ones are all going to want compression cards, so I need some more compression cards. All right, and let's just make sure. Sulfur, yes. Salt, yes. Glowstone, we already had. Gunpowder, we already had. Redstone, I made. Grains of Infinity, I made. Bone Meal, I made. Skystone, I made. Certus Quartz Dust, I made. Blaze Powder, I made. Iron Nuggets, we had. Arcane Crystal, I made. And I just did all the Zircorium Gems, so I believe that is it for dust sieving. Which means we can import all of this. Make a bunch of acceleration cards so I have them. And then we might need to make this a dense cable so we can get enough channels over here for all the sieving we need to do. And then nothing that's in here should have ended up in any of the non-bulk cells, because all of those have everything that's in there should have been going into there already because it was a high priority storage bus. But I will do the cell shuffle just the same and make sure that we've pulled everything through into the dense cells. All right, defragmenting complete. Did I already have one for redstone? Did I just accidentally duplicate that? No. We just haven't imported any yet, I guess, which is fine, to be clear. I guess I used it all from this part of the system. That is probably actually what happened. All right, and this is going to need to become a dense cable, so let's pick a color. And I guess we can use cyan again. Out of energy? Oh, yeah, this is totally disconnected. Okay, well, if this is totally disconnected, then I think I'm just gonna... Do I just import all this and move on with my life? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that's fine. We can take this off here, put it down, repartition it, priority 10. All right, that should actually be enough now. That's all we really needed to isolate these ones a little bit more so they could finish. All right, barrel goes here. Now I need an export interface. Import bus, good. Acceleration cards, good. Crafting card, make a few of those so I have them. All right. Import bus here. And export bus here. And this just puts sand into this. And this will automatically crush it down to dust. And the dust will get sieved. Cool. Ba-da-ba-ba. So yeah, between the dust sieving and the sand sieving... No, sorry, between the dust sieving and the... whatever this is... Well, soul sand, which we need to make faster. We should be making quite a bit of glowstone now. Yeah, we're up to a 4x block of glowstone. Excellent. And do we have what it takes to make a cobble cell yet? No, we need a 9x glowstone. Well, it thinks we need a 9x glowstone. Which maybe is true. We need 11,000 glowstone dust. No, we don't need a 9x. It's just choosing the most absurd one it can. Okay. How's Certus Quartz? We are up to a 5x. All right. So I think the next thing is to get redstone sorted out here. Which means we already have a card for redstone dust, so I do just need to add one for the redstone gears. So let's do that. And what's the other one that's across from redstone here? I may as well do it at the same time. What are you? Coal gears. Okay. And those ones are easy because we don't actually do anything with them ever. They are always just... Not that I expect we're really ever going to need the redstone or coal gears, but, you know, doesn't hurt. Oh, and I never dropped the last cable down here either for the fourth leg. That's fine. That's not urgent. What are we at here? 3 channels here, 2 channels here, 3 channels here. Although I should pull this one off in a different place. I could actually do it right here, couldn't I? Like off of one of these instead of off of this. That would work. Right, so now that we have gears here, let's figure out this part. We're going to have, how are these set up? Is this a, whoops. Should be a storage bus to an interface. Yeah. Storage bus, throw in, oh, right, you don't need acceleration cards, of course. Interface. Did I do anything special with that? Nope. And white cable, because that's what I decided to use for some reason. All right, those are going to start importing. Now, this can be taken apart. I have so many levels. Let's... There we go. 400 levels. All of these furnaces are going to have so much experience in them, by the way. That is just a given. So we need to... grab an import bus here. And pull in... pull in everything from this drawer. And let's also unlink this. How do I unlink? Maybe I just don't, and that's fine. Okay. Same thing over here. Import bus. Cable and acceleration cards, and we will let these drain. Yeah, this one's going to drain a lot faster. This just has a lot more stuff in it, so when we have almost 1 million in here, it's just going to take a while. All right, and then the other thing that I need is I need like a ME level emitter hooked up to a furnace. And I need a place where I want to do my furnacing, because what I'm going to end up with is like a bunch of dedicated furnaces for everything that's coming out of a geode. And I want to be passively like consuming the geodes, right? What am I trying to say? I want the processing. I want to passive all of the processing of the geodes, but I don't want it to run forever because I also do want to keep some of the geodes like around. So I think I can do this with like an ME level emitter. Maybe with a threshold level emitter. Yeah, SR latch. So let's get the crafting pattern for that in. Oh, right. I can't shift click anything in anymore. I have to do it up here. Which is really annoying. But it is what it is. All right, now I should be able to make a threshold emitter. And let's find, maybe I should just do it right here. Like, this is as good a spot as any. We've got our Aldemodium furnace here. Let me get another peer-to-peer tunnel. And let me get another, let me grab the memory card. All right. So peer-to-peer tunnel, memory card. You are passive smelting out. We will find an unused one. And it helps to actually save the name. And bind. And now grab green here. Why not? It's as good as anything else. Import-export bus. So I should be able to do like 2 rows of 8. These are not the right. Oh wait, yes they are. This just needs to go on the top, please. Really doesn't want to go on the top. Weird. Oh, there it is. Right here. And then furnace goes on top of that with factory augment. The bottom is input-output. This gets a bunch of cards. We get a flux point. And on the top of this, is where our threshold emitter goes. The item is redstone dust. The lower threshold is what? We want it to come on if we're below... Let's do below 1 million. What is it? 1048576? Sure, that's close enough. And we'll do 4 million for the upper threshold. All right. Emit when levels are below limit, or emit when levels are above or equal. How much do we currently have? Doesn't really say. Let me check the cell itself. $184K. Okay. So it should be on right now. And, well, let's auto output on. Bottom is input output. Redstone high. Auto split on. You should be on, which means you should be running. But you're not exporting yours yet. Interesting. Why is this... Yeah, we might need a faster way to get stuff in and out of this. Oh, there it goes. It is started to speed up. I forgot interfaces have have variable speed. Cool. So this is going to try to run as fast as it can until we run out of redstone gears, or... Yeah, and at some point it will run, you know, only at the speed that this is actually capable of pushing stuff into storage, because that's, And did this one finish? This one finished. All right, it is unlocked. The redstone is still importing. That's fine. So you can see how this is going to work, and we're going to have to set up a chain of these for every material that we have gears that we need to passively process. So there's going to be one for iron, there's going to be one for gold, there's going to be one for all the modium. This one's fun because we have to, well, we'll deal with the gear crystal compacting in the system moving forward. We don't have to deal with that here anymore, so we'll be able to get rid of that drawer too. And I mean, I guess we just move on to the next one, right? Because the netherite is easy. That we just store. Apparently, I'm smelting netherite on demand, probably because it's otherwise a pain. Yeah, we have to compress it down to ancient debris and then do all the normal processing steps. So I just do that on demand because I kind of assumed that... Yeah, there's no netherite singularity. So yeah, netherite on demand is fine. But we do want to get this importing. Import bus. Acceleration cards. Interface. White cables. All right. Input bus with acceleration cards. Storage bus. Interface. And cables. Oh, shoot. I didn't actually set up the cell yet to store the netherite gear. Let's do that. I do have one more cell. I know I have a cell. Bulk. Only one left. Let's make a bunch more. And... compression cards. All right. Ancient debris gear. Ooh. No, that's fine. All right, and unfortunately, we do have to cycle everything, because I just dumped a bunch of stuff into the system that shouldn't have done that. All right, recompressed, and we should have, yeah. Only 44 ended up in there. Interesting. All right, well, we didn't import that quickly, at least. I caught it early enough. Oh, the other thing I need to be doing, which I kind of forgot about, is we need to enchant all of our annihilation planes. That needs to be part of our upgrade process here. And we probably need more books. We'll see. What are we making? Fortune. Yes, we do need a lot more books. Oh, I made a stack, and I just never... Oh, let me... grab some levels. These ones are already fortuned, right? Yes. Redstone ones are now also fortuned. Here's a question. Is the ME level emitter gonna work right when stuff is compressed? Ooh. That is a question that I don't know if I have an answer to. Because if it doesn't work right, then this will basically just always be running. Maybe that's fine. Maybe we just let these always run. I want to... There we go. Nope. This is just making sure that it will... that the dust won't ever be going back into it. I don't think it would have, but it's nice to be sure. Probably need to... Oh, nope, the books are still going. Cool. All right. This is incredibly tedious. There's probably a way to automate it. But that's okay. What had a blasting augment? Is it redstone? Is redstone dust a blasting recipe? Yes, it is. Okay. All right, so this can go even faster now. I don't know if the export bus, even with that many cards, can keep up. But yeah, it really can't. Wild. All right. It's trying, but it's like right on the edge. I'm not sure if the threshold emitter is ever actually going to fire. I don't know how that works with the compressing cells. I might have to do a little research on that or ask in the Discord or something. I should probably get more nether seeds going. Is it just nether seeds for soul sand? And fire. We probably need more fire, too. So far, well, fire is, I think, going down. I don't know if dirt is, but nether is definitely a problem. Have I ever even gotten additional nether seeds? I have not. So we're gonna have to make more nether seeds somehow. All right, this should all be good at this point. I can hook this back up. We can put in the right kind of cable, though. There we go. And this should start draining. Let me just make sure it's disconnected from the drawer network. All right, next we have iron and gold that are going to be basically identical to each other. Oh, we gotta get our cells done first. Iron, we already have a cell for the ingots. So iron, we just have to add a cell for the, Geor. And then gold Geor gets one with a compression card. And gold nugget gets one with a compression card. Cool. And it is ad break o'clock again, so I am going to go ahead and let the ad break run. And when we are back, we will continue these upgrades. And yeah, we will figure out what's next. I'll see everybody in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I really don't know if the level emitter works right with... I mean, I guess I could find out, right? If I set the threshold to, like... instead of 4 million, we just set it to, like, 300, and the lower threshold to, like, 100. Yeah, and it's still emitting. Because we never have 300 redstone dust. So it never resets. Okay. So this just isn't going to work. I guess I could reconfigure the bulk with, like... We really don't need these, like, whatever X blocks of redstone, do we? Like, do these have a use? I'm gonna bet that most of them do not. And if that is the case, then I think I just readjust the cell to cap out at redstone blocks, and then we can set our threshold emitter based on redstone blocks. Yeah, let's do that. I should probably go through... Oh, that means I need to go through everything and adjust the compression thresholds. Certainly all of the gears. Here, let me go... I'm going to disconnect everything at this end. Just while I'm messing with stuff. One, I want another extended drive. Because apparently, I just cannot get enough space. We'll put the water cell over here. I want to pull out everything that is a gear and keep those separate from the other ones. And I want to take the compression card out of all of the gear cells. There's only one gear that we are going to want to compress, and that is all the modium. So first things first, gears. We should have redstone gear somewhere. This one. Same deal. Redstone doesn't have to be compressed. Is 5 the right number for what we have hooked up at the moment? 3 plus iron and gold, yes. Okay. Next, I'm also going to take sieving off of the network. Anything that's shoving resources into the network, I want disabled while I'm messing with cells. Let me find redstone. And set the cutoff here. And that way, yeah, we could set our threshold based off of how many blocks of redstone we want, which is going to be like 200. We'll say 256, and we'll turn on if we're below 128. So, block of redstone, 256. You know what? Let's do 192. Except I want those to be thousands, don't I? So, 262144 and 196608. Why am I keeping everything powers of 2? I don't know. It's not necessary. Okay. So that should keep the redstone properly handled. I guess I want to do the same thing for gold. I mean, I should do the same thing for everything, is I need to go in and change the compression settings. Ugh. But certainly gold and iron. Like, are these useful? No. So yeah, I think we just cap out at the normal blocks. Okay. Yeah, anything that has a... Here, let's get a bunch of this stuff out of my inventory. Let's reset these 3 crafting patterns. Sorry, I am an absolute mess right now. Okay, now I have space. Let's just start grabbing any cell that has compression upgrades on it. We know gold is good. Iron I already did. That is a lot of these. Okay. That's fine. Oh, those ones don't go dense. Good to know. And if it does turn out on any of these that we do need higher tiers of compression, we can always readjust them. Okay. That should now make it possible for us to actually track things with our level emitters, like, correctly. So let's grab some cables and turn everything back on. These would have been running, right? Well, not you. Cool. This is something resembling progress. I've now got... Let me see here. I want all the Modium 2, all the Modium furnaces. I need 2 of the threshold level emitters. And what color did I make this? Green. All right. Auto split, auto output on, bottom is input output, everything else is none. Redstone high. Redstone high. You are going to be set to block of gold, and it should be the same thresholds. 262144. Oh no! Shoot. Oh, there we go. Can I do this with a memory card? Copy and paste settings. Yeah. And then I do have to change their actual... the item, right? Because this needs to be block of gold instead of redstone, and this one needs to be iron. All right. And then acceleration cards and 2 import-export buses, which we don't have the gold for. Here, that should work. I already got rid of the manual compressing recipe, so it was not finding a way to make gold blocks until I re-import the gold from the system. Gold geore. Iron geore. Neither of these is on yet, but as soon as we hook up here... Oh, well, I probably don't have the geore shards in the system, do I? Let's do, well, a couple of things. First of all, a couple of import... Oh, and I forgot my speed upgrades. All right. We need to enchant our annihilation planes. And we need import buses here and here. Both of these need to be removed from... Oh, my axe is still here. Just picked up and put back down. So that they're no longer part of the drawer controller. We need... What do we need? We need white cable, and we need a couple of Fluix cables. And we need a couple of interfaces. Alright, so this should be slowly importing now that we are hooked up. Oh, nope. Yes, this is importing. Good. And also this side. Cool. Let's go enchant our annihilation planes, and then these guys should start running. So yeah, we're at 113,000 blocks of redstone. This will craft until we have 256,000 blocks of redstone. And then, stop. And then it should turn on again when it goes down to 192,000 blocks of redstone. Similarly, block of gold and block of iron, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have these run. And, I mean, that's pretty much it. I might, if I upgrade these to blasting furnaces, then the export bus, even with 4 acceleration cards, can't actually keep up. So we might need to change. I think there is a, like, fancier export bus. The extended export bus, yeah, works faster. And have more upgrade slots. So maybe we would have to change to doing something with an export bus and an import bus instead of the import-export bus that I'm using here for the system right now. Not really sure. Let's see. Can we pull out enough Fortune 5 books? Yes. Let's make another stack of Fortune 2 books. Oh. Hello. That was silly. I always forget that that's possible. There's probably a better way to do this. I just don't know what it is. Yeah. I guess there's no real point in trying to upgrade things any further with the furnaces, because the Geors literally can't keep up. I mean, the reason to do it would be so that if and when this stops and then turns on again, when we have a bunch of Geors in the system, it can... Ooh, this is done. Can correctly... or can restock more quickly. That would be the reason to do it. let's see. Are you also already emptied? Yes. Oh, a bunch of these are locked still. Oops. Let's get the drawer tool. Did I not just unlock you? Why are you like this? Ah, okay. I have to clear the... I have to clear everything from them before they stack correctly. Okay. That's fine. Let me make sure that I, like, did that, though. Yeah, we've got... Sweet. That is looking really good. We can see this is starting to turn on. This one isn't. I'm not sure why. I mean, we have a bunch of iron geode shards in the system. But they're not being exported here? Oh. All right, we gotta wait for the interface to get up to full speed here. But cool, that's working. Did I fortune? Yes, and yes. Coal and netherite are both fortuned. Okay, beautiful. This is looking good. I'm pretty happy with this so far. We're up to 6 channels. All right. And obviously another one's going to have to go here somehow. And then I should use the middle as well. Now that we're using this setup, I think it's really easy for me to hook a one more thing down the middle of each of these. One more small cable just for the one channel that we need for the interface. And then this is power. And that will look less weird once we have another module here. But cool. Yeah, I mean, it seems like we are just barely keeping up with smelting rates with the ultimodium furnace that is not that's not set up as a blasting one. So Okay. We've got 1, 2, 3, 7 left. 7 left. Time for diamonds next, I guess. Which means that I need to go set up the cells first. I know how this works. Couple of bulk cells and a compression card for the one that needs it. All right, Diamond Geor. Right, Diamond Geor just gets cooked as is. Correct. And then for diamonds themselves, we will compress. And I guess we'll do our baseline actually as diamond nuggets. No, there's no use for diamond nuggets. Okay. Block of diamond is fine. Good. Geors go in the Geor. Regular one goes in here. And that means that I can now push all of this in without being worried about breaking anything. I am going to have to do one more like defragmentation at the end of this whole process, but we'll deal with that when it's time to deal with it. Import bus, cards here. Nope. Storage bus. Ooh, our last ME interface. How many are left? 6. All right, let's just make 6 more interfaces. And weight cable. This needs to be reset so it's no longer part of the drawer network. And that should let it start to drain. Good. The annihilation planes all need to be enchanted. And I will need to set up another furnace. All right. Stop trying to fight them, Brandon. Just go to bed. You're bad at combat in this game. Don't do it. Okay. What am I... How do I make emeralds? I mean, obviously there's an emerald geor, but like, how do I make them right now? Sifting gravel. Okay, so I should actually have a bunch of emeralds then. We just don't, Oh, actually, I shouldn't need them at all for this step. I just hadn't put that furnace in there. Ooh, we're missing nether essence. Okay. I think you need to be turned off for now. Until I expand nether essence production. Whoops, I do not want the blasting augment. And we need a level emitter. And I need my memory card that has the configuration for the level emitter. Oh, right here. Cool. All right, that's running. Let's get the Annihilation Planes enchanted. Sweet. All right, and this one's, I mean, still not quite keeping up for some reason. Is the recipe time for doing diamonds just faster than 10 seconds versus 10 seconds? Oh, I'm missing acceleration cards. That's why it's dooey. There we go. And yeah, that is keeping itself fully stocked, which is great. We're going to run out of the diamond gears very quickly, and then it'll start slowing down to the rate at which we can actually produce them. Excellent. Oh, level emitters don't use any channels. Interesting. Good to know. What is next? I mean, I guess we've still got 6 more of these that I need to just keep on trucking through. Let's get some more books going, because that is always a thing that needs to be happening. I didn't actually start that craft, I just thought about it. I guess I could have this running, like, consistently here. I could do, like, a little conveyor belt with a couple of interfaces attached to it or something. And then this should also end up getting hooked up to a storage bus, and we'll do the compacting in the system as well. Okay, let's start tearing everything apart. Actually, before we tear everything apart, let's... What do we got? Allthemodium, lead, uraninite, copper, uranium, osmium. Am I going to remember that all? Maybe. So this one needs the allthemodium geor. This one has to be compacting, because we need the blocks to do the actual work. But that is the only one that needs to be compacting. Copper geor. Good. Osmium geor. Lead geor. And uranium geor. And uraninite geor. Okay. And what is next? The storage for the actual... Oop, we need one more. Storage for the actual stuff, right? So we're going to have... Well, we don't need one more because we already have all the allthemodium nuggets. Oh, well. Lead nuggets. Compacting upgrade. Up to blocks. Good. Uraninite. Compacting upgrade. Up to blocks. Wait, uraninite. Oh, we also already have one for, don't we? Okay. Copper. Cut off at block of copper. Good. Uranium, we shouldn't have one for yet. And osmium? That should do it, because we already had one for allthemodium. Yeah, so if we start throwing this stuff in to the system, we should see that we're sitting at currently 80 blocks of allthemodium and a bunch of the blocks of allthemodium ore. We have 65,000. That's the stuff that's down here that we haven't imported yet. Yep. I was going to say, that's a lot. But that is because we haven't done the imports. All right, so everything here we can now take apart and start importing. The raw uraninite, I don't think I want to put in the system, though. Just the geor shards and the regular uraninite, and we will deal with the raw later. And over here... let me get... okay. Now we need import bus. 2 more. And, oh, all of these also need to be picked up and replaced so that they're no longer linked to the storage drawer system. Oh, and I need one more, because I forgot. We've got 2 things to import from here. All right, and now we need 6 storage buses, which we should have lots of, because we've been ripping up a lot of things that use storage buses recently. All right, and then all of the annihilation planes are going to need to be enchanted. Oh, I didn't pop these drawers, did I? I did the ones on the other side, but not these ones. All right, those are all pushing through. So all this stuff will get emptied relatively quickly. All right, I'm gonna need more. Oh, I can make it here. All right, that should be good for... let's make 7 of these. Grab our flux. And then one of these is going to be weird. Because it has to be double high. Oh, this one's just going to have to be special. All right, I will do uraninite in just a different setup entirely. That's fine. Should really put a floor in here too. That would be perhaps useful. There we go. All right, that is great. Now I just need to set all of these to their appropriate find the memory card. Are you set to anything? No. All right. So let's do lead here and osmium next to it. All right, that is the lead geor. And this one needs osmium geor. That is good. What else have we got over here? Uranium, copper, all the modium, and then uraninite is special. All right. Copper, uranium, and all the modium. And it is also ad break o'clock again. So we will as always step away and get some water for the break. And when we return, and this one needs the blocks, which is weird. Okay. When we return, we will finish getting these set up. And yeah, go from there. I think the main thing left to do is just gonna be oh, this is an import bus. How many of these did I make as import buses? Too many. Well, okay, that's the problem. Anyway, we'll finish getting it all set up when we're back from the ad break. I'll see everybody shortly. And we are back. Okay, let's get these buses swapped out. And this one is copper. This one is uranium. And this one is aluminium. All right, let the bus get up to speed and it'll be fine. Is this not running? Oh, it doesn't have power. Flux point. There we go. And then I realized that I could just do the last one for uraninite right here next to each other. And one of these is going to have an import bus. One is just going to have an export bus. And the export bus is the uraninite geor. Bottom is an output, left is an input. Oh, this shouldn't be an input bus, should it? This should just be an ME interface. Because the thing will auto-export. Yeah. Cool. And then you, on this side, bottom is input. Right is output. Auto split on. Redstone signal high. And then I grab another level emitter. And the memory card for said level emitter. And boop. And then we change this to uraninite blocks. Give everyone acceleration cards. Over here, we've got what? One of these is lead. Yeah. Then that means this one is osmium. Let those get up to speed again. All right, let's go clear all of our storage drawers. One of them I did not properly. Whoops. There it goes. So I think all that's left is to get all of these stupid annihilation planes enchanted, and then we can turn everything back on. All right, cool. Let's do that then. That's going to be annoying to enchant them all, but it is what needs to happen. Oh, I think I got him. I don't know for sure. Oh, no, he's still there. Now I got him. Fortune. Make a bunch of stacks of books. All right, let's get all the modium going first. That is one of the more critical ones. And then we've got 2 types of uranium and copper left. We have 900 blocks of all the modium. Very nice. It's going to try to make 256,000 of them, which is maybe more than we need. Maybe we could get away with setting some of these thresholds a little bit lower. Like, do we need 256,000 blocks of redstone? Maybe. I mean, we're actually dangerously close, so just let it run. If I need to, I can. I mean, I need some of these to back up, right? Because to make the vibranium, we need gold, uranium, diamond, uraninite, quartz, emerald, iron, and another uraninite. So, like, those things, which means we do need to get quartz set up. I don't have quartz gears going. But that is the, words are hard. That's why these all need to be capped, right? Is because we do need to be storing some of the gears. And that's why we have the two separate passive systems, right? The one that produces the gears and shoves them into the system, and then this passive system here that spits out the metals from them. Plus, you know, our additional passive systems here that are producing let me... What do I need for nether seeds? Nether agglomerate... Do I just have... No, I don't. Do I have them... All right. As long as we have enough nether essence, we can make more nether seeds relatively easily, which is nice. Yeah, we have enough nether essence. Let's do like 3 of these. Oh, we don't have prosperity seed base. Now we can make more nether seeds. There we go. Oh, and this is gonna have to take a while because it has to upgrade all of the. No, it just says scheduled nether seeds. But oh, right, that's not gonna work because that's not how seeds work. We can leave the prosperity seed base in here, I think. Yeah, that's a normal craft, but like we need the nether agglomeration, prosperity seed base, and prudentium essence, and we gotta go make these by hand. It is definitely possible to automate this with AE2, but I don't know if I'm going to. Like, it doesn't take that long, and it's very rare that we should be doing these, like, in bulk anyway. Like, we might need one more set of, like, fire and dirt seeds as well. Maybe. But certainly we're not going to need, like, 4 more of every seed like we need the extra nether seeds to keep up with sieving. And probably this is a sign that I should be finding a better way to generate soul sand, but, like, whatever. Things that I cannot be bothered to care about. Oh. That probably is a sign that I need to get gravel sieving set up. I don't want to, though. That was wrong. And how many more? 1, 2, 3, 4 regular accelerators. And these aren't vibration chambers. These are the resonance. Oh, I have a bunch of those. Okay. And a hoe. All right, so that, well, not quite. A little bit more work here. There we go. So that has quadrupled our nether essence production, which is probably still not enough to keep up with soul sand sieving. So we might need to add even more than this, because this is just such a slow frickin' essence. And then the other ones are dirt essence. Yeah, we're running out of dirt essence and fire essence, so I need another... But we already have dirt seeds and fire seeds, yeah. So we don't have to do anything wild with those ones. Hopefully one extra of each of those is sufficient. But if not, we will expand further. Yeah, I still might need more nether essence to keep up with sieving. Other than that, we might also need more dirt and or fire essence. Oh, it helps to have all the growth accelerators. Yeah, we might need a couple more fire and dirt essence. And nether essence is accumulating, but that's not necessarily because it's at a useful amount, but just because it's we're not sucking it down yet. I'm not processing soul sand over here. This is turned off. As soon as I turn this on, we are going to start burning through nether essence. Okay. Oh, I should have books done. We can finish enchanting our planes. That's a worthwhile thing to do. All right, well, we'll wait for a few more of those. Oop, broke my anvil again. And yeah, we're burning through that nether essence. As expected, we desperately need a lot more. Which stinks. One, two, three. I could definitely set up like a dedicated build just for nether essence. That is very much an option. And there's probably other ways to like oh, maybe not. Do we not have a... We do have a garden cloche. But it can't do mystical agriculture, or it just doesn't show up in the quest book. I also don't know how fast that is compared to, like, the tick accelerators we've got going on. Sweet. That is lots of Geors running. All right. Yeah, it's going to take a second for, well, all the Modium might never really turn on. I think this is going as fast as it can, even with Fortune on the, even with Fortune on the Annihilation Planes. I think this is as good as we get. I mean, we're still producing lots of Allmodium. Right, we're making a nugget faster than every second. So, like, cool. And then Uraninite is running through here. Yeah, we're at 11,000 blocks, and it's doing what it does. Ditto. Yeah, osmium and lead are running. All right. I need to... Oh god, this needs extended crafting stuff. Did the regular one? No, this just needs some weird materials. All right. We want to get the Ender Crafter. I mean, maybe automated. Maybe it's not worth it. Do I want to try to route this out differently so that we're not coming out the back of the pig's head here, where I want to have this block? Ideally, yes. I think I do need to make some tweaks there. Here, we've got all of our sieving still going. I do, I guess, need to set up... Well... Okay, there's a Lapis Geor and an Emerald Geor. Okay. So I need to set up Emerald and Lapis Geors, as well as I need the Quartz Geor for words. For Vibranium. So I think... What do I think? I think that's probably our task for next time, then, is get Lapis and Emerald going, because other than those, and maybe Amethyst, I mean, I could just make budding Amethyst if I desperately need Amethyst. But I think we want to get... Let me grab packing tape here. I'm going to move this again. I want to import... well, here, let me get cells for emeralds and... Do I have a cell for flint? I mean, I have 77,000, so I hope yes. I just completely lost track of the... Yeah, we do. Okay. Let's take this and put it... Where? Here. Let's grab an import bus. I have so many import buses. Here. Now we need to filter this to just the things that I want to bring in. So diamonds, emerald, lapis, flint, I guess. Doesn't really matter, but why not? I guess we can make a cell for the amethyst too. Sure, we'll do amethyst. All right, so I need a cell for emerald, a cell for lapis, and a cell for amethyst. Lapis, emerald, and the last one for amethyst. Those go in... I am out of space again. All right. Let's make ourselves another drive. If I put it up here, it'll connect to the pink cable. I guess I can do that. I just need to grab cable anchors, right? Although also, I think I want to start a second row. There we go. Because we're running out of channels coming through here. This is at however many channels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So we're practically out of channels. So all of these go here. And then I think we can just hook this up. Grab some acceleration cards. And this should only pull in the things that I care about keeping. And then everything else we can just get rid of. Like, this whole thing is going away. And then I do need to make the Geors as soon as possible. But... and once this is done importing, and it is nearly done, there wasn't that much in here that was useful. We pop it off again, we retape it. We need to do some drive cycling again. What is ending up in here? Wait, why do I have so many... Something's making stone pebbles. Oh, I didn't filter my... Oh, no. Okay. Well... let's fix this. All of these need to be filtered. Otherwise, they can be broken before they're fully grown, and that leaves a rock. So that is what is happening. Fortunately, I caught it relatively early. Lead. Uraninite. Copper. Uranium. Osmium. Diamond, and I already did that. Now if we look at stone pebs, yeah, we're no longer pushing in thousands of stone pebbles. Okay. We fixed it. As hilarious as that was, and it was hilarious, How we ended up with dirt in here? Interesting. All right, that should have everything recompressed into their appropriate cells. Priority 1, not that it should matter. I should probably set up bulk storage also for the essences that we produce. And then we can switch this over to an import bus. Gold is up to 62,000 blocks. I mean, we're doing like 10 blocks a second, which is 90 gold a second. That doesn't feel super fast, but also it just runs forever in the background, so... Cool. Cool. Well, we will have to check on all of those later, just to see where we're at. I am sitting on a lot of XP again. Probably... Alright, well, we have plenty of XP levels when we need them. It's from breaking all the furnaces, is what that is. I got a lot of XP, and there's a lot of XP in these ones. If I turn off auto output... No, the input bus is doing it for me. Alright. Well, what is left? What is left to do? I mean, we're not... Well, I can adjust my thresholds or just disable this whole passive chunk, right? I can just rip a cable out. And then we could make vibranium. I only need to make... I mean, how many ingots do I need in order to make my first... Geor? It needs a 5x sand block, which is going to stink. 9 blocks, which is 81 ingots. So I'd need, like... Oh, well, one, we still need the quartz geor to do this. And crystalline. Okay, which we can do. We could do this. But we do need to get the elite crafting table set up. Probably auto. We have so many cells. But this is what happens when you dedicate a cell to literally everything, right? We have... We have heaps of stuff. We need more nether seeds, though, which also stinks. Yeah, it's just not keeping up. Neither is fire essence. Neither is dirt essence. Okay. I think we are going to have to make larger dedicated fields for some of those. I'm not sure exactly which ones yet, but that is going to have to be a thing. All right. Well, that is some good to-do items for next time. Scaling up the mystical agriculture. I mean, I could also put mystical agriculture growth accelerator thingamies, right? We should be able to make, like, all of those. Yeah, maybe we move away from, now that we have enough essence, maybe we can move away from running these with AE2 accelerators and switch to... I don't know if the MA ones are actually better, but... we also could make Insanium farmland, probably. Must you eat my face? There's still also a lot of stuff that is stuck in the storage drawer network, and we need to figure that out. Like, I've pulled most of the storage drawers away, but not all of them. There isn't a bulk fluid cell, I don't think. That doesn't look like it. Not that we have a lot of fluids. The main one is the soul lava, which we really don't have that much of. We have 123 buckets. I'm just thinking about what is left in the storage drawer system, because it would be nice to stop taking up a channel for the storage drawers. The obsidian generator is still on there, and that is probably going to have to be... I mean, there is an infinity... No, there isn't an infinity obsidian cell. So we might have to keep the storage drawers around, literally... But we don't necessarily need the drawer controller for that, right? Like, this could be our passive farm, literally hooked up to a normal bulk cell for obsidian, right? I guess I should just throw a couple of... This thing doesn't use any power, so, like... let it stack up to 2 billion. Right, I can't just shift-click things in anymore. Ooh, missing fire essence. Let's turn this off again. And sand. Oh, and probably... You know what? We turn it all off. Yeah, these just aren't growing. And again, maybe the mystical agriculture accelerators are faster when you've got them all stacked up. This made sense early on when it was smaller. But maybe we should look into not doing this. Oh, apparently I need to be able to craft cauldrons. Cauldron recipe? Throw it in the extended molecular assemblers. No. There we go. I have decided that if we are going to have this thing, the drawer controller sticking around for a little while, then we may as well scale up the obsidian gen. Can I make an infinity cobblestone cell yet? Oh, we don't have the fire essence for the sand. Okay. So yeah, that needs to be fixed. We need a lot more of at least a couple of essences. A lot more fire essence, a lot more dirt essence, a lot more nether essence, which is annoying because so far we have not gotten lucky with nether seed essence seed drops. I don't know if the Insanium farmland helps either. Like, is that worth it? I just don't know. Let's code up the pattern. Allow substitutions for this one. Oh, that actually is going to go pretty quickly. I might need to make more master infusion crystals so it can run more things in parallel. Yeah, nether seeds are just slow. Alright, yep, I think we need to experiment. Maybe the mystical agriculture accelerators are good, especially now that we have, now that we can run them all the way to the top tier. Is there anything else that's worth trying to do today? I think not. I think this is the end of the stream. I'm obviously not being productive anymore. I'm just kind of puttering. So, yeah, this is a good place to call it. I am happy with the progress we made. Obviously, I did not finish the brain, like wrapping the brain. We have plenty of channels already, right? We're not even close to using that many of our P2Ps. So I'm not worried about it. So yeah, next time I think we need to revisit Mystical Agriculture and figure out how to make the Nether Essence and the Fire Essence and the Dirt Essence that we need fast enough to run our sieves here at full speed, because these are already not fast enough. And then we're really close to being able to run the Infinity Cobble cell, which is fan-freaking-tastic. And we're actually going to need 2 of those. Yeah, which means that we still do need more glowstone. Which means we really need sieving to be running at full speed. Because those need to be fed right into the void cell to make singularities and balls, matter balls for us. We can set up a little subnet that does the generation from Infinity Cobblestone cells very, very quickly. So that is what we are going to want to do with that. But that means we need to be able to make, well, 3 Infinity Cobblestone cells, right? We need 1 for the main base, 1 for matter balls, and 1 for singularities. And like, yeah, missing 944, missing 3,920. So we need a lot of fire essence because we're going to need it for crafting sand here. And you can see this uses, well, we're doing 3 of them, but 2 meg is a lot. Fortunately, we do have the 4 meg, the 4 meg crafters. And if we need to make them bigger, we can upgrade again. But boy, oh boy, that's a lot. We also could upgrade to 32x coprocessors, I suppose, if we wanted to. I mean, we could probably do that now, can't we? We've got 2, 4, 8, 16. We have some blank patterns. We do. .32x coprocessor. Let's encode that. Throw it in somewhere. Get one of these going. That is a lot of printed silicon that needs to get made. Yep. It's not going to be able to start crafting the accumulation processors till it's done with the logic processors, but then it'll go very quickly. There we go. 32x. And now we can make the 3 additional ones very quickly. Well, 2 of them at least. We want 3 of them. Oh, we're out of wool again. This is another thing that I have to set up to be fully automatic, because I certainly have not made it fully automatic. How much wool did it say I need? Missing 222. All right. 96. 128. I need 4 stacks, basically. And it should be only crafting, yeah, it only needs to craft 2 16x units. We immediately get 2 of them from recycling the existing 16x units. Cool. This is really as far as I want to go with the auto crafting system until I get a quantum computer. I've already put more work into this than I necessarily planned to. And I just don't want to keep messing with it. 190,000 redstone. I think redstone's going to be the first one to, like, finish. Well, maybe not anymore. Previously, we were also sourcing redstone from sifting, right? So we end up with 2... We're building up redstone a lot more quickly. So this will, in theory, only, like, come online during, like, peak redstone demand when sieving can't keep up. If and when that ever happens. I'm pulling, you know, hundreds of thousands of redstone out. But I never hooked this up to the system. This also needs, like, accelerators. I need to do more with Oratech. So that needs to be on the to-do. Is there, like, a clipboard in this? There is. Oh, it's a create clipboard. We might be able to just make that. Yes. Okay. Clipboard acquired. Let's... So, tasks are... better MA setup acceleration, more nether, fire, and dirt essence. Let's see, speed upgrade for ice production, and hook ice up to ME system properly. I think that's it for, like, the short-term things that need to be fixed. We're sitting on a lot of polonium and a lot of plutonium, which is great. Sitting on ore chunks. Let's take those out. Those go in, oh, they go in here, which, of course, is packed. Oh, they actually don't go in this one. They come from a different one. Doesn't matter. Is there anything in here I want? I think the answer is no, which means that if I grab the packing tape again, you know what we can do with this? All this junk that we don't need, right off the side of the map. Love to see it. Okay, we need emerald and lapis gears. We need the quartz gear. And we need... oh yeah, figure out auto crafting for... what's the second tier all the modium called? I always forget that one. Vibranium. Or wait, maybe we don't have to auto-craft it. But first, Vibranium, Geors. There we go. Once we have Vibranium tools, we can probably pivot to Unobtainium relatively easily. My pick has Silk Touch instead of Fortune, which is, I think, the mildly annoying thing. So we might have to figure out, how many levels of efficiency do I have? I'm curious if this will go up to efficiency 6. No. Okay. It wasn't blue, so I wasn't sure. I need to make a fortune pickaxe for getting our early unobtainium, because we're not going to get a lot of it, right, from the ore. Yeah, I mean, we double it, obviously. But still, we're only looking at 2 ingots per... I don't know if that path is actually any good or not. But if we need 81 ingots to make our first Geor, yeah, 9 blocks, 81 ingots. So if we're only doubling it, we need 41 ore. So we're going to be flying around the end for quite a while looking for unobtainium ore, unfortunately. But I mean, once we have once we have vibranium, the unobtainium is easy. And that gets us the 256 the infinity, all the infinity cells, which actually does include dirt and dust and sand. So maybe we should just get this going instead? Like, if we can get to this point, we can... I mean, these are all very expensive, right? But maybe we could just push into unobtainium and not even have to do the mystical agriculture stuff. I don't really know if we're gonna need it or not. My main concern is with how much of the sieving do we actually need to be doing right now. Because sieving is disabled at the moment, but that is our source of fluorite. It's our source of sulfur. Anyway, that's all in the future. I think we're going to we'll do quartz up here. And then I do want to start filling in the middle. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 12 more. So 4 more groups of 3. Okay. I'm just thinking how many channels we have on the white thing. So we should have no problem getting all of our geors that we need on here as we push through. Because we've got room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right now. Yeah, 19 more. We're good. There's no way. I don't think there's even that many more geors. I think there's only like 27 of them. So And then maybe we'll add budding amethyst. Maybe I should actually do amethyst here and put the other stuff. I don't know. Can I create a budding amethyst? Is that a thing that I have a recipe for? I mean, yeah. Ours can do it. Oratech can do it, but I suspect this is like endgame Oratech. Oh, Productive Metalworks. It's literally the same as the Geor's recipes. Okay. So yes, we can set up Amethyst if we really want to set up Amethyst. I don't know if I care, but we can. I mean, do we have, like... We do have some decorative blocks. Not that I've done anything interesting with any of my machinery. This is all very, very bare bones. But... yeah, and then after we get vibranium and unobtainium, and after we're able to start making all of the infinity cells, I don't know. I don't know what the next, like, goal is. I mean, I guess at that point we really are at the level where we should be thinking about the star, right? That is ultimately the thing to figure out. And once we have unobtainium, once we are producing infinite... Is there an infinity lava cell? There is an infinity lava cell. Okay. Block of blazing crystal 3x is expensive, but manageable. So that's going to be our that is going to be our life for a little while, is just yeah, getting through more of the Oldemodium chapter, and then we start on the star, right? Like, I think getting the pulsating black hole craft, like, planned out would be cool. But we only do this once we have the infinity cells, right? Oh, I guess I could set iron and gold up to be blocks 5x. And redstone. Maybe worth it. And then we have all of the singularities that we need to make in the quantum compressor. I don't know if that is worth trying to parallelize. I don't know how slow those recipes are. I think it's probably largely about how quickly can you feed it in, right? Yeah, 5,000 FE a tick for a total of 2,500,000. That's what? 5,000 ticks? 500 ticks. There's a broader question, I guess, regardless of whether it's worth it for the singularities, about whether or not it is how much of this is worth automating in general versus doing it as a one-off. Because I don't really intend to keep playing this past past the star. So we don't necessarily have to get everything properly automated. A friendly reminder that I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Yes, I am trying to wrap up. I just keep rambling. Thank you for looking out for me. Anyway, yeah, let's call it here because I have been streaming for 7.25 hours. And next week when we come back, well, we have a clipboard. I wrote some stuff down, and that should get us to unobtainium. And then from there, we will figure out what the next steps are, starting to plan our attack on the star. So I will see everybody Tuesday for Pi, and then we'll be back in the Skyblock next Friday. Thanks, and I'll see everybody next time.